Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm Cupcake Conjurer. In name and profession, first name Cupcake, second name Conjurer, and I conjure cupcakes out of painting models today. Yeah, it's been a while since I actually introduced myself to my stream. But you know, I feel like maybe if there's anyone coming in for the first time, they need to know who I am. And you don't look much like a conjurer. No, that's all good. That's all good. Ah, yeah, I got a hat, and I can take my glasses off. Oh, look at this! I'm a wizard, Harry. Cuptle, I'm a conjurer. I'm a mage. Look at this beautiful big old hat. Yeah, I'm putting my glasses back on. I can't see without my glasses. Oh, look, trade offer. You get crumped. I get wah. Wah. I mean, that's not a very good wow. That's like a grots wah. A grots wah. How would you do it for like an orc? Like, that just sounds like I'm trying to burp or something. I'm sorry, that probably sounds awful. Wait, how do I do a deep voice? Deep. You need to speak from your lungs. It's difficult to speak from your lungs. Okay, you sit up straight, and then you try bringing your voice down from your lungs, and then you're like, whoa, whoa. I don't know how. Oh, I'm a silly Billy. Look, I did voice training because I thought it would be fun. Like, this was even long before I did VTubing. I just thought it would be fun to learn how to do different voices. Like how to go really high. And how to go really deep as well. Oh, see, this is, that's just and by I did voice training, I mostly just taught myself. Look, I wanted to know how to do stuff because it's, I don't just get random things. It's like, I want to do something. I heard it's fun. I'm gonna do it. Hi, Anthony. Carolampus, how you doing? Hello, can't stick around because I'm studying for your finals. Oh, good luck with your studying. Thanks for popping in. I hope your studying goes well. I hope your finals go well. Beat them exams. Take a big hammer into the exam with you and just go bam, bam, bam. Yeah. Like, threaten the exam. Be like, hey, you better get me passing marks. Or the exam paper will have to fill itself out. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It's been a while since I had to do any exams. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, though. Or is it the examiner you have to do that too? I don't know. Something. If you threaten enough people and enough inanimate objects, eventually things will go your way. That's what I've heard. Do not actually put that logic to test. You'll probably just get arrested. And then when you're arrested, you have to threaten even more people. Like, you have to threaten for prisoners, and you have to threaten for police. And then especially when it comes to police and prisoners, they don't believe your threats, so then you have to act on them. And that's just a whole load of effort. I don't want to act on my threats. It's like, sure, okay, I'll have to break a few people's legs and arms. Maybe you'll have to bury a few people alive. I mean, it's not very fun. Very boring. And everyone's like, why are you doing this? It's like, I told you I would if you didn't do what I wanted. And now it's your own fault, really. That's what it's like. Because, I mean, you said you would. And they didn't do what you said. They didn't believe you. And now you have to follow up. That means, though, your threats now have leverage as they know you're going to do something. So if ever judge, you'd be like, oh my gosh, I don't want to get on this person's bad side. And we'll just like, be like, okay, you can go free. And then you're like, yeah. And then you can become a VTuber. And all will be well in the world. My gosh, I just went, you know, this is what happens sometimes. It's early in the morning. I say it's early in the morning. I got up like 5 hours ago, so... this is me after being awake for 5 hours. Look, you don't usually see that. I have a stream at 4. I'm waking up at 2. I've even had a sausage sandwich today. I had a sausage sandwich. Yeah. I woke up early, and at first I was going to go back to bed, but then I was like, actually, no, I got a decent sleep last night. I'm going to get up. I'm going to make myself a sausage sandwich. Actually, no, it's more like, I want to have sausages because I've got some pizza dough. I'm like, yeah, I'll make some pizzas. What do I want on my pizza? Sausage. I've got to cut up some slices, except then I realised, if you cook up some sausages, the sausages don't like to be cut into slices very well, so you have to cook them up, refrigerate them for a bit, and then you can cut them into slices and put them on your pizza. Yeah! Beautiful. So that's what I have to do. So, but then I was like, okay, if I'm cooking up sausages anyway, I'll have some fresh ones. I'll have some fresh sausages. So I put some sausages on in the air fryer. And that takes like 20 minutes. Then I just started doing my exercises. Not my full exercises. Probably after the stream, I'll go on the exercise. Like, yeah. Oh, and I didn't do any of my back strength exercising. Yeah, I need to do some back strength exercises. But I did my abdomen exercises. And my gosh, it hurt my tummy and my leggy legs. Oh, so yeah. So that's what I did. But then I used 2 of the sausages to make a nice sausage sandwich with some ketchup buttered on some bread. I'm like, nom, 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 nom. And then I read for Warhammer 40k rulebook. Yeah, for fun. Oh, I wasn't reading any rules. It was the 10th edition, the Leviathan rulebook. So it's full of lore. And I realised that, there's a bunch of lore that I just randomly missed and never read. And it's after the rules, before the Crusade rules, or is it just straight after one of the Crusade rules? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, there's this thing, so I've been reading through it last night, this morning, and a few days ago I started reading as well. So yeah, and I just read about how 5 custodies, like 5 custard boys, 5 janitors, died fighting a non-emissary. So a non-emissary was like, I'm going to hunt. I'm on a hunt. I'm gonna hunt a little man. Little man. That's what I wanted to say. Little man. And he's called Lord Solar Leontus. Yeah. And he was on a horse named Constantine. Yeah. Was it Constantine who tried marrying his horse? Or made it senator or something? The other emperor. Wasn't it Constantine who, like, really pushed Christianity or something? Whenever. But yeah, he was like, okay, I'm on a hill and I'm looking over the parade ground in like the White Templar stronghold, and then he dropped down. He's like, I'm gonna land on Lord Solar and crush him. But then before he arrived, just like meters from the ground, rockets bashed into the non-emissary and it got flung out the way. And Lord Solar got knocked to the ground along with a bunch of other people. And then it got back up, and the gunship that fired missiles into it, like, lowered down to drop off some custard boys. But the non-emissary jumped up and just slashed through the cockpit, and the gunship went hurtling to the ground. I don't know if the gunships are driven by, custard boys, or if it's, I say custard boys, it's custard people, yeah, because you got female custodies, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if it's driven by them, because earlier on you had a Thunderhawk gunship, was for the Ultramarines, and it was driven by a harlot. If you don't know what that is, that means it's an intern. It's from the Greek word. Hi, Vince Falcon. No, don't turn me into a banana. No. Why are you eating me? No, I'm just cupcakes. I'm cupcake shaped. I'm cupcake shaped. Yeah. So anyway, it was landing. I was going to kill Lord Solar. Oh yeah, when it jumped up, slashed through the cockpit for Custodes gunship crashed and burned. But then there was like 7 Custodes disgorged from it. One of them had his arm just ripped off. And well, it was picked up, its arm ripped off, and then it was thrown away. Another one got oh, what was the next happened to the next one? Oh, ripped in 2, yeah. And the next one had its head just kicked clean off. Like the non-emissary just kicked it. Kicked the custard boy. His head came flying off, and before his body even had a chance to react to his head being lost, the head was already like half a mile away. Then was another one stomped into the ground so hard that it died. And then another one, the emissary's tail whipped around and cracked the neck. Well, broke the neck of another custard boy. All the while doing this, it's been attacked by the custards and by hundreds of other dudes with las guns and plasma shot and stuff. Its face was burnt off, seriously injured, and it tried to bite at Lord Solar. Well, it actually tried to grab Lord Solar, but Lord Solar dodged. It was moving super quick that even the Custodians were struggling to keep up, though. It's a bit weird that Lord Solar was able to dodge it, but you know, he's Lord Solar. Hi, Bob, how you doing? Yum, 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 yum. Oh, don't worry, I've eaten nuts today. I've had my breakfast. What was, I had, what did I have? A Cocoa Pops bar, then I had my sausage sandwich, and then, just before the stream, I had a cookie. Yeah. Oh, thanks for a cola. I've also had a cola today. Yeah. You know, I got up at like 6, so it was like 5 hours ago. I've been productive. So yeah, non-emissary took out a bunch of custard boys. It was interesting. Oh yeah, and then when it died, it fell over and crushed like 20 people, which was insane. So the non-emissary in the story seemed bigger than the non-emissaries that we have as models, and more powerful. Like, I think a non-emissary would actually struggle getting rid of 5 dudes. And it was not just fighting a shield captain, it was fighting, you know, the named character, the top custodian that there is. I'm fine, but I can't stay, need to go. Oh, thanks for popping info. I hope you have a good day. Bob. Thanks for popping in and saying hello and doing a drinking and eating. Yeah. Make sure you're eating and drinking too. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Just don't eat the cupcakes, because the cupcakes are not food. They're friends. They're friends, not food. Yeah. And I might look like a banana right now, but I'm actually just a cupcake shaped like a banana. Yeah. I like that little animation. Look at the cupcakes in the background. You two pretty hands have a nice day. What do you mean, pretty hands? My hands are big and tough and dangerous. Yeah. My hands are banned in 28 states. Yeah. The banned weapons on my hands. Isn't that the joke or something? It's like a joke where it goes like that. It's like always a kid saying it. Or someone who thinks really highly of themselves. I'm just brushing my hair. Trying to get some of these knots out. There we go. Ow. That's good enough. Whatever. I need to wash my hair. That's fine. Well, here we go. I need to get my gloves on. Hay fever is still bad today. Yeah, I've taken my medicine, but hay fever sucks. There we go, my body does not want to work. I did some painting off stream. Oh, and my paint survived. I ordered some spray paints and some normal paints and a contrast paint. I say normal, layer paints for my custodies. We're speaking of custodies, yeah, my own custody for Jade Guard. Because they're going to be green. They're going to be green. My idea for my custodies is base coat from Mechanica Standard. Throw a dark... Do I actually have a dark green contrast paint? Well, throw whatever dark green contrast paints I have at it. Now I got Caliban green. That should be a good green for it, but that's a base colour. I wonder, does that grow? Glow might be good. Oh, actually no, I do have a good one. I got a Hexray Flame. Maybe that'll be good over Mechanica Standard. I'll have to test it. But then I want to just dry brush them with a couple of other green colours. Thinking I want a vibrant one, so maybe dry brush first with something like moot green for a very bright, vibrant colour. And then go with a few less vibrant, because Jade isn't that vibrant of a green. It's a normal. It's kind of a more subtly green. Oh no! My internet. B-A-C-K. Back. There we go. Sorry, my internet died for like a second there. But yeah, I got Scarsnick green. So I think dry brush with moot green. Like over a very dark green. Then go with Starsnick green. And then with Gauss Blaster, just like dry brushing. And maybe then use something like Collier green shade on top. And then maybe dry brush again or do some highlights with this. I don't know. I'll have to do some testing. I also got, because I wanted to see a different pink colour, this thing, where it's Volupus pink. Not a nice pink colour, because I decided I'm going to do my Outdoory pink and green, like really bright pink. I also ordered some McCrag blue and some Mephiston blue. It was meant to arrive between 12:15 and 1:15, but it arrived like before the stream started, so that's good. And by 12:15, that's like in an hour's time. So yeah, we got some nice Mephiston red. So I'm going to undercoat my Photon in Mephiston red. Then I'm going to paint parts that I want to be yellow with pink horror. And then I'll go over with actual yellow paints like Avalon Sunset. I might use some black on them as well. You know, that might be good. Also, whenever I order from Element Games, because it's cheaper to order spray paints from Element Games, I find. Because they do cheaper delivery when you have to pay for it, because you can't get it free. They give you little sweets. And like stickers and stuff. It's like, what the heck? What the heck? So yeah, I'll try getting some stuff sprayed tomorrow. Maybe I'll get my Custodies sprayed tomorrow as well. So yeah. The first step to painting is priming. So I've been doing some of the blue here. Like, if you remember how it used to look. There's a lot less gaps on it. Like, do you know where it's white underneath? But I need to do some green here, I realise, and some green here. So let's get a Warpstone Glow. And oh, I got a new brush as well, which is good. We'll get some Warpstone Glow on it. Is there any areas where I still need to paint blue? Just there, maybe? I don't think... Actually, yeah, I do need to do that. Is that light on? It is on. I'm going to lower fish actually. That way for lights more vibrant. It's because I don't have my magnifying glass. It feels weird. There we go. I will get some moot green to give some little lenses and like. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go on for lens. I decided. I was been looking at these, doing for different fish and slits and stuff. Thought maybe that would be fun to paint green. So, you know what? I do need this thing. Beautiful as it can be. Let's do fish and slit green. Gives just a bit more stuff for the model, I think. There's more areas where I need to paint it blue as well. Ad-Mech. I'm fine if a Texas blue is slightly off colour though. So trying to solidify the colour on the large surface areas like on this is kind of difficult. Oh gosh, I just dropped my magnifying glass or knocked it over more accurately. Wait, let me check. Might need to push that back a little. So, okay, that's good. I just try to check, like, when I'm leaning up to my magnifying glass, I'm not going to be putting myself up on the screen. Damage. That viewport looks a bit damaged. Maybe I can paint it as damaged. Well, no, it's not damaged, it's just got two little tiny fish and slits instead. Tiny little lenses or windows or something there. I don't know why it's got all these little windows on all the cameras. You can see all around it, maybe. Hard to say. Yeah, that's nice. I don't need to get the brighter green out. Any other little fish? Actually, no, there's just one more little fish and slit here. I've been up the front as well. There's another one. Or is that a bit? So I'm using Warpstone glue here. It's a relatively dark green, but it works. Actually, if it works because it's a relatively dark green, it really offers. Coverage isn't the best word, but in a single layer, it can almost completely cover up the blue. That's the main strength of it here. Coverage is more how like area, working with area. So you can cover a larger area easier. Contrast paints are good with that. But for dark paints, they're nice and thick, strong pigment. Sorry about the glove being very shiny. Which allows me to then get quite green on it. There we go. Yeah. A little more bright green would work well here. There we go. Nice. Fine. Again here. Bit more fluid is this thing. It's easier to mess up. Yeah, I was reading about the Fourth Tyrannic War. I'm like, oh, so the Fourth Tyrannic War wasn't, well, the devastation of Baal was the Third Tyrannic War. The Fourth Tyrannic War was when they came from the west and from underneath. Attacking the Bastia sector predominantly. Our segmentum subsector, what do you want to call it? I think it's subsector. Time, I felt time. Hay fever and all that. There we go. Nice and bright. That kind of gives it a bit more life to it anyway. And get a thicker brush out. I'm thinking maybe this brush of 000. No, not this one then. This one? Yeah. Get some Teclis blue. Teclis blue is really good with Talisar blue. Let's try correcting some of the mistakes we made here with the green. Very hard to see the mistakes on the blue, which is good. I don't want to try smoothing out some of this area. Now you can see if I do this, it's not the same colour. It's very close to the same colour, but it's not exactly the same. I can use this to like make it look a bit worn in certain areas, but it's not going to be smoothing it out as well as I wanted to. Maybe I should have started with like a nice smooth blue and then just put the contrast paint over it. To get a better, smoother finish. Magnifying glass, show me my mistakes. Magnifying glass, I'm my mistake. I know I made a lot. I know I've gotta fix them. I know it's not important, but it is for me. Hello, James. Sorry, I missed you there. I was too focused into the work. Hello, James30. We're painting, as you can probably gather. A Onega June crawler for Mechanicus is the model in question. At the moment, we're using Techless Blue on some... How are you doing, by the way? Over Talasar Blue. Because if you look at it, it's like very weird feeling at the moment. The coloration of the model. I'm trying to give it a more standard feel across the model. And just fixing various errors I did when applying other colours. When I went over the lines, as it were. Oh gosh, don't do that. There we go. Accidentally, the issue when you're moving a model around, and you got your brush in your hand, you accidentally brush it in places. I'm really gonna have to go back over the red now and fix where I've now gone back over the red. Doing well. I think that's everything. I'm not used to seeing them in blue, but how was your day? My day's been okay so far. I had a sausage sandwich. And that made it good. And I'm gonna make a pizza after the stream. Yeah. Yeah, my Mechanicus, they're inspired by... I say they're inspired by... I'm trying to go for the idea of... my Mechanicus Lord... My tech beasts are going to be wearing more red than the rest of them. But anything below Tech Priest level is going to wear more blue and beach colour. Because she comes from a ocean world, but also very much... Oh, darn it, I didn't do Vermin Green. Ooh, I'm a silly Billy. I didn't do the little heady heads. Yeah, so she comes from an ocean world. It's a forge world. But like all of the forges are below the seabed or on the seabed. And the sea is filled with, you know, hydro dams, thermal generators around like the thermal fence and stuff in the ocean. And that's used to power for various forges and stuff of the Mechanicus. And all of like the pollutants and stuff are then pushed back into the ocean. And they're fed on by microorganisms that glow with a slight, you know, cyan color, meaning the entire ocean is basically cyan, like a tropical ocean. And it's filled, there's not much landmass on it, like most of the landmass is just small island chains around the planet. But that are filled with not quite an indigenous people, since they are humans, but more primitive people that effectively trade their sick and old and injured and stuff in exchange for things like medicines and so on. And obviously all these sick, old and injured people are then servitorized. But the people don't know that. Or if they do, they think it's like some part of worship of a god emperor. But there's only one hive city on the planet, and it's at the northern ice cap, which is an artificial ice cap created by the Mechanicus. As the hive city basically has these massive air conditioners all around it, and they're just pushing out cool air, freezing the water around them, and heating the city and all the needs of a city. Oh, is that your own law? Yeah, that's the law for them. There are ocean worlds and ocean forge worlds and so on. I just wanted to paint, I wanted to paint them blue because I painted my Templars with blue weapons because I just didn't like red weapons too much and I wanted them to be a bit different. And over time, I created the law that actually the blue weapons come from the Mechanicus that works with them. And she, as a result, likes to use the colour blue because it reminds her of her father. So what we're going to do is for all of the robes and stuff, we're going to try having like a deep greeny colour for the shade from the Colia green. I've not tested that at all yet. And then use perhaps of blue and white to try making it look like the waves in the robes and stuff. And for these robes looking like crashing water from a waterfall is going to be the aim. So yeah. And the amount of gold on them is just because they're extraordinarily worth it. Oh, where did I put the Warpstone Glow? Oh no. It's not Moot Green I want right now, it's Warpstone Glow. Did I put the Warpstone Glow away? Oh no, it's on my lap for some reason. Why did I put it there? Yeah. So, it's my law. It's a little homebrew. And I think it's fun. Oh, so she is a chronomancer predominantly. Well, chronomancer might not be the best term for her. But she likes trying to manipulate time. Although she's also a bit of a biologist, and she might like doing some more heretical stuff like cloning and stuff like that. But she just makes excuses for what it actually is. It's not cloning. It's making backup copies in tertiary tissues. and organs. But her wheel of is trying to manipulate time. Which is just straight up inspired by reading about art for book, Art Majors, where Carl relies upon some tech priests who study time, the flow of time, and have figured out how to manipulate it. And I've been studying Necron tech and so on. I was like, oh, that's so cool. I kind of want to do something like that now. There we go. So yeah, she got little baby scarab robots. Do you think these are artificially intelligent scarabs? Like, they've got the same type of head that the kin have, you know, for the, like, steel kin and stuff from the Leagues of Photon. And that the... Oh, what's it called? From the Blackstone Fortress. And the not the Cataphons, the Cataphracti. Banana. Hey, don't keep bananaing me, Vince. So what has everyone else been working on recently? Any Mechanicus models out there? Space Marines? Anyone working on the Orcs or the Armageddon bots? Mine are going to be Death Skulls. Yeah, there's two. I've got so many factions now that are blue. My Templars use a lot of blue. My Ad-Mech uses a lot of blue. Hi, even Rogers. Is that called? No, this is using Tulia Gould model. You can tell it's Gould because she has a big butt. But no, it's heavily converted. Replaced a gun with a Volkite blaster and made this wire out of green stuff. This big sword is from the Custody Dreadnought. That's from a knight. This is from some sort of vehicle. The head from the Thespid Stingwing. Lots of the pieces are actually from Defilers and Hellbrutes. You know, all these tentacles, which are replaced for legs with. And from other just kits I found in my bits box. So. And like a super long neck. And this thing's just made out of green stuff as well. Yeah, just heavily paint converted gold. Julia. Okay, we'll get on to doing her blue afterwards. I want to do Fusiliers now. I love the Fusiliers. Ad-Mech feel absolutely cruel in 11th edition, by the way. Your basic infantry squads ignore cover. This thing ignores cover. And they get +1 to hit, and they get heavy. On just across the board because of the army rule. What else can they do? Oh yeah, then they've got a 1-point detachment. Just loads of units can increase the detection range of enemy units. Hey, do you know these mounted units? Yeah, they've all got lone operative, 15 inches now. Ah, the new one of the 10th Armageddon release. Yeah. No, well, she wasn't Armageddon. She was the Eye of Terror release along with Prophet Command. Who was also in the Archmage's book. She wasn't in the Archmage's book, but the inspiration for my own version, do you know the guys who manipulate time? Yeah. Oh gosh, just back to my camera then. She for Chronomancer swim for Archmage's book, and so was Krofik Morn. Krofik Morn absolutely sucked. Oh my goodness, he's such a spoiled kid, effectively. He's an Iron Warrior through and through, I'll tell you that much. Do you know where the Iron Warriors are just so full of themselves a lot of the time? And they're extremely arrogant. And for like the definition of couldn't be me, I'm doing everything myself because I don't trust others. I tried opening the stream from Discord, but it's so hot outside my phone overheats and instead sent Kundra's 6 pictures of a Chaos Siege Giant. What? It's a tough day today. What I just looked, there was no pictures of a Chaos Siege Giant. Oh, I'm so disappointed now. It's a political rival to call, right? Julia Gould, kind of, yeah. It didn't say outright that she actually is trying to overthrow Carl. Instead, it did the typical Warhammer thing of rumors suggest that she might be trying to overthrow Carl. But she's always tried. She mostly curries favor with the more war-focused part of Mechanicum. So Skitarii love her because she's like just focused entirely on war. I deleted them. I assume that if someone sends me that many pictures of a Chaos Siege Giant, they're trying to place this on me. I love Chaos Siege Giant. I always wanted one as a kid. Still from Forge World. But they were from Forge World and I couldn't order. They weren't super expensive, mind you, as far as Forge World models go. But I couldn't order online very easily. You know, being a kid. And so yeah, I absolutely adore the Chaos Siege Giant. It's amazing. Actually, did I get one? I think I might have eventually gotten one. I know I saw one in real life. I think I might have just helped build one. Being a kid saved you from wasting money on It wasn't Finecast, it was Forge World. Forge World is completely different from Finecast. So Finecast is basically a polymer resin blend. It's completely safe to use, which is why they sold it to kids without the age rating on. And it's a lot softer. But so this is Finecast. This is Finecast. It's very soft. Like, look at the flex in this model. It's absolutely insane. Forge World resin though, it's very dangerous. It's proper resin, so it's dangerous. You don't want to grind it down. It's wait, who is that? This is for Axe of Quell, you know, from the vampire count at dude. As you can see, it's cut off here because he had 2 hands on the axe. This though is a mummy. It's a Tomb King model. I can't remember. I think it's a Leech Priest. It's on my vampire accounts anyway, who had a lot of Tomb King models in them. But yeah, this is completely Finecast. G-Man and Cars interactions are good. G-Man and Cars. Yeah, actually, most of Cars interactions I think are amazing. Car does a lot of references to modern stuff, but I love when the references are kind of broken. Like, he doesn't even understand the reference himself. because it's much, much older than he is. But he knows enough of it that the reader can then understand exactly what he's talking about. Because Carl is at least 10,000 years old, isn't he? Like, he was around in the Great Crusade. I've not actually, in the books I've read so far, I've not actually seen Carl interact much with D-Man. It's just very occasionally do the two talk. Who invited Bro here? Who invited this dude? He's just sat on my desk as I found him the other day when I was going into the garage. And I was like, that's cool. Not a garage, going into the attic. I need to go back into the attic and put some models away. Now that it's cooler. I did see the Chaos Siege Giant. I showed it off on the stream as well, towards the end. When we had the thing going off. Love the Chaos Siege Giant. I'm hoping that they do make a version of the Chaos Siege Giant for every faction, though. That would be amazing. I know that it wasn't originally available to other factions, but I think if they redo sieges so that monsters and giants and stuff will be useful in them, it'll be amazing to every faction just be able to like recruit mercenary giants and stuff. Oh, they need to do. That would actually be amazing. Is the way you can build your ladders and stuff. If you could do recruiting at sieges, like spend money to like recruit ogre mercenaries and, you know, like sappers and stuff like that, that would be good. Every faction but only a giant time. Yeah! And they'll only last for that siege battle, but there'll be like additional units on top of your own unit. As if they'll only last as long as you are doing a siege. So if someone goes out and attacks you, you'll have access to your siege units that you recruited. And if you go and attack them, you'll have then attack again. You'll still have access to the siege units. You won't lose them. It's only if you break the siege where you lose them. Hello, Fun Fungerman. Honestly, still crazy for me that these plastic figurines are so expensive. Yeah, I can kind of understand why. Although then sometimes I look at other plastic figurines, it's like, why are these ones so much cheaper? A lot of it's just due to the way that they are made. I suppose, like a lot of the cheaper ones that you realise that for plastic, well, both for plastic will be a low quality, but they'll also just lack the same amount of details that tiny Warhammer models have. Also, a lot of the cheap ones, they're made cheaply, like in a factory in China, where the Warhammer are made in the UK by Games Workshop staff in Nottingham. It's all well and good until they do make certain parts, like some of the scenery and stuff that is made in China. It's like, okay then. Sometimes I look at some of the models, I'm like, you know what, that's not too badly priced as things go. And then you get other ones, it's like, why is it so expensive? Like the new Centaur and Hippogriff, I just think are both just way too expensive for what they are. Especially just compared to other models. Like, yeah, I know they're newer, but still. Got a lot less going on with them. And some of them I don't think makes that much sense. Like, why is the Exocrine more expensive than the Tyrannosaurus? I'm pretty sure they came out around the same time. Or they might not have. I feel like they did. The Tyrannosaurus is bigger and has more options. I kind of miss that they don't sell metal figures anymore. I suck in painting, so I wouldn't paint them either, but some Warhammer 40k metal figurines, like a big Primarch, would be cool in its own. Oh, I'm not upset that they got rid of metal because I hated working with metal. If the metal models would always fall apart. Would always be big, like especially the bigger metal models, the pieces when they go together, they wouldn't fit smoothly. So there'd always be big jutting gaps whenever you put them together. And then the heavy pieces just would fall off. And then you'd have to file away all of the glue. And because it's a metal model, it destroys your files. And then when you are painting them, they have like little sharp bits, especially if you didn't get all the little nubbins off them properly and file it down. All of them. You could destroy your brush on them, especially when dry brushing. They are starting to sell pre-painted models, mostly just terrain, which I think is an incredibly good start. No idea how expensive the terrain's going to be. But pre-painted terrain is coming to 40k. It seems to be painted using, do you know, resin printers type painting? And by resin printer, I mean where it sprays resin colour onto it and then UV cools, not cool. Cures, that's the word. I imagine Kudro buying a metal models, opening a box, sighing and pulling out the blowtorch so she can kick bash. Honestly, kind of true. So, modern metal models aren't too bad. Like, literally, you don't use your good clippers on them, just use your old clippers that are a bit messed up anyway. And you can just cut through them. Really old ones, they were harder to do that, but they were made from pewter, which basically means a lead alloy. Literally made from lead. Yes, all through videos about metal ones, it makes sense. We switched to plastic, and yes, pre-painted models would be really cool. Not necessarily for playing, but just for looking cool. It would be cool if they did sell, like, even if it was just limited edition versions of models, pre-painted would be nice. I also wish that some big models, like, I would wish if they worked with, you know, some of these toy companies that they already work with for merchandising. Or if they just, like, bought one of those factories and made Titans. Like, they already sell Titan-sized models now. And they're from... Is it McFarlane? No, it's not McFarlane, is it? Joy Toy. Yeah, it's a Joy Toy Knight. So basically the size of Warlord Titans. It's like, if they just sold full Warlord Titans, vote fire that method, it'll be... They did do that in the past, and apparently it didn't go well. I'm using armor cast minis, but if they sold it as like action figures type things for Titans, it would be amazing. In the proper 32mm scale that they do right now. With a good old time, everything was made from lead, yeah. It was made from lead for a long while. As well, which was absolutely insane. I mean, apparently pewter isn't as dangerous as actual lead, but still. Like, just straight up not if it was made out of lead or like a different alloy. But yeah, no, they first switched to fine cast, not to metal, not to plastic. And that was basically a resin. So they could still use the metal cast. But the issue is that the fine cast just wasn't as good as they wanted it to be. All too often it was a bad cast. And you would have it messed up. I still thought it was much better. I didn't mind having more cleanup to do on the model if it meant it was easier to build and paint. And the other thing about them is that they didn't fall apart as easily. Like, a metal model like this, if this was a metal model, this hand connection would be incredibly weak. Now, it is super glued, but, like, if it was a metal model, it would risk breaking from this. Also, it would fall over a lot easier than it actually does. It already falls over kind of easily, but it would... But basically, the center of balance would be even higher than it already is. Metal absolutely sucks. Especially things like the Lictors and Biofarm and Stonefolk and Abaddon. There we go. There we go. Yeah, as bad as Finecast was, at least it was usable. The other thing about metal models is, like, if you had an entire army of metal models, it got incredibly heavy. Like, I've got some metal models, some old world now, and my goodness, trying to move around the box they're in, not impossible, but it's like, so I decided to put the box of the attic, so I had to empty all of the models out of the box, and for all the magnetic trays. So it wasn't too bad. But like the trays of the metal ones on was just, it was like, like, oh my gosh, this is, I mean, I can easily carry it, but Yeah, this would be tiring to carry around. Like, especially if I wanted to walk a few miles. Wait, it's like, why would you be walking a few miles of your Warhammer to get to a Warhammer shop to play a game, and then to get home after playing a game? There we go. So that model should hopefully be done now. Let's get on to this dude. I think it's starting to look nicer now that we're solidifying the colour a bit on these. And that we've done for gold and for red and, you know, the little eyes. There we go. Yeah. If you want to still get resin model, not resin, metal models, old world is the best way to do it. Because they do sell metal models now. Again. Like, some of the artillery pieces are metal. Some of the characters are metal. Like, this blue is not an easy colour to work with, but it's fine. For what we're doing with it. I just realised that's like a little clip. Maybe I should have painted that gold too. Oh, whatever. There we go. Yeah. We'll then go back over those shabby bones, those areas, bit by bit. But anyone else working on any models at the moment or recently? Last model you painted? Any models that you'll be wanting to work on? I know that I want to work on my Custodes. My Custodes, my neck, and my neck bonds. I have 2 ideas why I'm working up a sweat right now. No! Get an air conditioner! So if you want to know a cool way of doing something, if you got a fan, get yourself a fan. And if you can get something to hang in front of, not on top of a fan, But like a few sheets of doing like wet paper towels, damp. Like get a fan, put down like a tray, like a baking tray that can collect the water, and like use some string or wire, whatever, to just hang some damp paper towels, and then just have a fan blowing through them. It creates a cooling effect. I have no fans, nothing to hang on top of it, no sheets, no wet paper, no trays. I do not own string. Own stuff, you silly Billy. You can get some decent fans for like really cheaply. You should at least have a fan, my goodness. Owning is a root for all evil. Wait, how are you watching this stream? Okay, steal yourself a fan. I do not condone stealing. For a series of mirrors and telescopes in someone else's PC? Wait, someone else is watching me? My goodness. Wait, how are you talking to me? How are you chatting in chat then? Also, do you own those telescopes and mirrors? Or did someone who owns them, like, set them up for you? I have a very long stick I use. You own a stick! Oh my goodness, you own a stick. You just admitted to owning stuff to land. I've been caught and died in walls. No, don't die in my walls. Take me forever to get the stink out. Yeah, this is looking nicer now. There you go. I thought you had cultists anyway. From Frostglaive or whatever it's called. Frostglaive cultist. Is it Frostglade? I do, but it's too hot to paint now. No, this is the best time to paint. I want to paint for more colours. No. A nice colourful army. No. None of my armies are multicoloured. Like, you know, like that. Maybe I should have an army that's, you know, super colourful.
Puff word of the day. Where, why, how and when. I may not know where I am, or how I am, or when I am, but I do know why. Never mind, I don't.
Oh. I know when you are. When you are is at 6:55 in the morning on the 93rd of April in for year 6. How is amazing. Where Cotterdale. And why? Because. Just because. Either that or you're in a hostage situation, you've been like taken away, and you finally got access to like a phone, and you decided instead of calling for help, you're going to just watch the stream. Log into YouTube, watch the stream. It's like, yeah, boy. That'd actually be hilarious. That's something Joseph would do if he was ever captured from JoJo. Hostage takers are like, come into the room, like, what, why are you on the phone? I'm watching my shows. I'm watching Cupcake ENvtuber. But Joseph would definitely watch me. You know, we're both cola lovers. I'm finally nearing the end of part 3. We finally had the moment, you know, from the memes. I can't approach you without, I can't beat you up without getting any closer. That was the last part I watched, basically. Got a couple of more episodes left of part 3. Honestly, part 3, all in all, so far, I liked part 2 better. I'm just not a big fan of the filling of the weak theme that part 3 had going on. It's also treats its female characters a lot worse than part 2 did. Part 3 ending is like, nobody's left alive except her favourite characters. Wait, does that mean Polnareff dies? Does that mean Kaku? Does that mean Abdul comes back? Abdul's the best. Love me some Abdul. Fun fact. Oh, that's like the guy who do on TikTok. Fun fact. Vienna sausages are not actually made in Vienna, nor are they originally from Vienna. They're created by a German in Hamburg, of all things. Labelled as Vienna sausages simply because he liked the name. Oh, so when he said fun fact, I was expecting you to post something else afterwards. How did comparing it to a TikTok person make you just unreasonably upset that you had to stop typing? Also, that Vienna sausage fact was just completely made up by me because I don't remember any fun facts at the top of my head. That's how it is when you're under pressure, you just completely forget everything. Look how nice and smooth this is now. Oh. Tekla saves the day once again. I think Kalan died. The heat got to him. Oh wait, no, that's not meant to be blue. You were typing nice. In the Dreamcast game, Heritage for Future, you can play the game as Adful and finish the part, only to die for heart attack after the gang part ways. No way! Abdul! I know, why is he called Abdul? I like the name Abdul better. But the subs that I watch call him Abdul, but they also call Oingo Momongo or something like that. It's like, he's called Boingo! Oingo and Oingo. Oingo and Oingo. I'd watch an entire anime about Hull Horse and Boingo. Boingo and Hull Horse saving the day. Boingo and Hull Horse saving the day. They turned good and now they're great. Oingo and Oingo saving the day. You know, it's kind of sad though that so many of the evil characters that they beat throughout the part, you know, got to live and live another day and potentially be more evil in the future, even though they quote unquote retire after doing all their horrible stuff that they did. And then you know, just so many of the other characters die. Imagine the Crusaders fail and Oingo and Hull Horse have to defeat Dio. I believe in Oingo and Hull Horse. I believe in them. Oingo and Hull Horse could easily defeat Dio. So it turns out, if you shoot for Clock Tower at exactly noon, exactly when it dings for the 6th time at noon, dead center, we will win. It's like, how? How does that make sense? Never mind, I'm doing it. Dings the 6th time. Bonk. What would happen? Just creates a chain reaction of events. He can't. No, I'm not. Part 3 also has a lot more toilet humour in it than the other part. In fact, thanks are dead, Pat. You can actually play as Hull Horse and Oingo in Heritage for Future. You control Hull Horse with Oingo, Hull Horse with Oingo in the background. Can you still win? Because I know sometimes when you have these types of games, you can only get to like a certain point Or even if you do win, it's not you who will win, it will just like instead play for ending scene. Maybe I need to get a Dreamcast emulator now just to play Heritage of the Future. If Alessi hits him with his stand, he'll switch places with Horse Box and Oingo running around. Isn't that the one that de-ages you? As a story mode end with a fighting and winning against Steel and becoming super rich. Nice. Gosh, I thought this thing would just make blue. Oops. I'm just gonna have to go back over stuff to go in there. Fine. Okay, this is starting to look a bit better anyway. Still a bit of a mess, but it's a better mess than before. Yes, but some characters have never been shown as the young of the show, so they get the game devs had to improvise. Oh. I feel like Oingo's power actually inevitably wants Oingo to be good. Not Oingo, Boingo. Boingo's power wants him to be good. There we go. Nice. Okay, the blue looks a lot nicer now. It's a lot neater. Okay. On to the next one. Did I do you already? I think I might have. Look. The issues with doesn't matter if I did. Like, if a lesson in that game hit Dio, it transforms him into his head form, being carried by that Chinese zombie. What? I think if Dio actually got hit by it, it would be, like, unhampered. I like how Dio is still such a beast, even without his stand. Oh gosh. I'm yawning. The funniest thing, in my opinion, is if he hits the pet shop. It transforms into an egg. Oh yeah, for a bird. That bird is evil. Look, it's half a grot. What you could do with the spare grot bodies of a grot kit is like use some green stuff or something and make it look like it's, you know, coming out of a bag or leaning over something. It's in cover or half buried. This is why I've never added him to any game after this. We need twice the models just to account for Alessi's ability. Also, Alessi sucks. No one likes Alessi. No one wants to play as Alessi. No one wants to have to fight him. He's a creepy, weird guy. What about the guy who turns you into a doll? Does he appear in future games? Because in theory, you'd need, like, you know, a doll for each person. Oh my gosh, that would have been the coolest. I just had a cool idea. Imagine the guy who turned people into dolls. Like, he turned you into a doll, but you could still fight. And like he turns like it's the first time he ever turned a stand user into a doll, and like the stand user just absolutely dominates him in doll form. That would have been hilarious. Why didn't they do that? None of the Derby brothers appear as a fighter, but Derby for Oda is the menu telling you to pick a card, Mr. Joestar. Oh. Derby for younger is the settings. Eh. Derby for younger is just creepy, my goodness. At least the older Derby is, you know. That's at least some class. For both are kind of creepy. I think I would have picked this one. Oh. So what do you even mean? Who would Derby even be fighting in a fighting game? How would that work? How'd you go to a tournament to play for JoJo fighting game and your opponent picks Derby for younger and now you're stuck playing baseball? Oh, it'd be fun. No! It would instead, what you'd have is... So Derby for younger... You'd have like a cool animation. That's what I think would happen. Where both of your characters sit down and load up the actual game that you're playing. Do you get it? Like, would go up, get the Dreamcast out, put a cartridge into it, play the game. And then they'll go through the menus. Like, and you'd be able to skip the entire thing if you wanted to. But, yeah, and then they'll load up as one another. And it would literally just be The two of them playing a fighting game. Oh, and at the end of a fighting game, if Darby wins, it like zooms back out to the two playing a game. And Darby, like one of them just, you know, the other one that you're playing against is slumped over. And Darby's just holding a doll. And it's like, oh! Or alternatively, if Darby loses, it would zoom out and Darby just like collapses at the controller. Darby for Oda will just force you to play poker. Darby for Oda will just be a bit like, do you know those other silly fighting games where all of his attack moves will just be like throwing cards at you and stuff? And like chips. And like, if it hits you with his stand, you'll get turned into a coin. And you'll just take a bunch of damage from it. And then turn back. But it depends. Like, a fighting game doesn't necessarily always have to use the same fighting mechanics. Especially like Darby the Younger and Darby the Younger would be fun just to have that entire thing of going into a fighting game. But like when you go into playing against Darby in the actual like story mode, what you'd have is like a mini game, like a gambling mini game would play instead. That would be perfect. At least I think it would be anyway. Maybe it would be a bit silly. But you wouldn't, if you like did multiplayer, you wouldn't be able to just choose to play as Darby. Funniest characters JoJo ever had in a fighting game was Speedwagon from part 1. He comes with his 2 thug friends and his super is just them free kicking you on the ground and stealing your wallet. What about his heart attack? His heart attack. Did we not shank you as well? He's British, at least let him shank you. Like, this man attacked me with a knife, so I punched his face in. He's British, just let him shank you. That's his heat super. I don't know what a heat super is. Speedwagon. Look, Speedwagon beats the some of the zombies. That's better than what some characters were able to do. Dire. Look, Speedwagon used just a hammer to beat a whole bunch of zombies. No ripple, no technique, just a big old sledgehammer. Polnareff used his stand and couldn't beat one half zombie yet. I mean, okay, the half zombie did have a stand, but it was kind of boring. The stand was called Cream, it wasn't even named after like a god or a tarot card or anything. That means Speedwagon is better than Polnareff. Also, Speedwagon wasn't even alive and he just came in clutch for the entirety of part 3. God, they should add Dire and his only attack is a silly jumping cross. Split attack that works like a counter. If you hit, you win. If you miss, you lose. Oh my gosh, and it should fail like 99% of the time. We see him use it twice, and both times it fails. Oh my gosh, no. No, best thing that happens. If you fail with Dire's split cross attack, like it gets countered, Straits just comes in like, oh my gosh, that's never happened before. Oh, and he could do it multiple times in a game. And each time he fails, straights is always fair. That's never happened before. It's never failed before. It's like we literally saw it fail 2 minutes ago when he used it on blooming Jojo. His super is him spitting the rose at you, and it does 1 single damage and you die. By you, I mean Dyer. Yeah. Oh gosh, no. Dyer was great. I loved Dyer. He was so stupid. Much better than that owner. It was so bad. Can you play as straight? Oh, can you play as Lisa? You better be able to play as Lisa. If you can't play as Lisa, I'm claiming sexism. Dyer's haircut survived through every part, by the way, as the character Conjurer hates the most. Oh no. Oh, I guess Stroganoff did kind of have, you know, that haircut. Yes, Lisa is one of the mainstay characters. Nice! Lisa Simpson. Dyer Stroheim. Oh my gosh. Stroheim, not Stroganoff. Stroheim, yeah. You know, I'd gotta be bothered learning his full name. Although that goes for most people, if I'm entirely honest with you. Okay, I feel like maybe talking about Jojo on a Warhammer stream isn't great. I'm telling you right now, you'll never see the Dyer haircut guy coming in part 4. It's not the main character. No, I'm guessing the main character will have a pompadour. Because that was popular around the time part 4 would have been started with being written, wasn't it? Like, there are loads of animes that had it in. Loads of mangas. Araki made it popular. I'm not sure about that. Okay, fun time over. Now talk about lemon roast. Lemon roasts are the best. Thanks, Vanquishers. Oh, my poor Vanquisher's gone up in points. Running 3 Vanquishers now. I mean, okay, Vanquishers were already way too powerful. For the points cost. They're like a mainstay for a reason. But still, I love my Vanquishers. I'm still gonna take 3. They nerfed Conjurer. They did. They did. I'm still hoping that the apothecaries get updated. Especially in that, because at the moment I don't think you can take an apothecary and a lieutenant. You used to be able to, and you should still be able to, because it does say you can take an apothecary and lieutenant. It's just if you use the Warhammer app, which is the official app, it doesn't let you take the 2 together. because of both of them are now support, so you can only have one support. I'm hoping of a new codex, it does list be able to take them with lieutenant. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to change my Hellblaster army. I don't know what I want more, lieutenants in each squad or apothecaries in each squad. Hi, Adam Sifat. With fiddly details, that's nothing compared to Gundam. Yeah, but Gundam models are usually much bigger than Warhammer models. Our main thing about the fiddly details is trying to paint them, like trying to paint that little boss there with his big old gun in the way. Also, with Gundam, you like paint one model at a time. With blooming Mechanicus, it's like, okay, so how many points are my Skitarii over like 80 points? So in a 2,000 point army, I need like 100 Skitarii. So I need to paint 100 of these fiddly models. Okay, this one's not too bad if I'm honest. This guy's kind of bad though. I think Jeans did a cut some worse than Mechanicus, but if you want to paint all the details on them though. Especially since the details are easier to see. Since it's all those buttons and things on the back. There we go. Yeah, it's just extremely time consuming trying to paint Mechanicus models with any sort of complex colour scheme. And more accurately without making a face simplifies colour scheme like Time Man. There we go. Nice. How are you doing, Adam Sifat? I hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Still just doing Techless Blue over Talisar to try and smooth it out and also just correct mistakes. Bam, bam, bam. There you go. Oh, I did lower the ad rate, by the way, so hopefully you're not getting as many ads. I put it onto its lowest possible setting without just turning it off. Since people were complaining about ads yesterday. Hopefully it's better for you all. You should have doubled it every time someone complained. There's only 3 settings of the ads. Well, actually, I can turn the ads off and then just make it. Well, actually, I can add a little setting allowing me to just add ads whenever I want to. But I don't do that one. We get to complain twice then. No. I want you guys to have a nice streaming experience. Nice watching experience. Yeah. There we go. It's coming together. Slowly but surely we're making progress on all these miniatures. Right. Look how much nicer this blue looks next to this one. Actually, this one's not the best example. How about this guy? Oh, that's much better example. So messy by comparison. But bit by bit, we're making it look nicer. Oh, I'm just going to stretch a little bit. They should do a like on Twitch. And if you sub to someone, you don't get ads of videos. I wish that's what happened. If that was the case, I would love it. I think I'd see a lot more people get membership. But instead, they want to see people get YouTube Premium. Because while YouTube Premium does pay out, like, for more people who watch me who have YouTube Premium, the more money I get. Like, the amount of money is much higher on like for premium viewers than it is on advert based viewers, like per view. But it's nothing compared to like having a membership. So ultimately, they basically they want people to get YouTube Premium because YouTube makes a lot more money from Premium, whereas for memberships, even if like my membership, well, actually not really. Like if everyone did their memberships to the same price as YouTube Premium, then they'll start making more money because people might have 2 memberships or 3 memberships just to avoid ads on certain channels, whereas just a single YouTube Premium would be making them far less money. But if everyone does what I do and have like the cheaper memberships and stuff, then they'll just be making way more money via Premium than they would via membership. And especially with like free memberships being handed out and stuff. It's like, oh, still, I think they would benefit from it and profit a lot more. I think like a lot more people who don't have Premium would get memberships just to avoid adverts on their favorite channels, I feel like, and if they would make more money from it, but they don't allow it, and it sucks. Like, it should be an option. It should be a tier. I'm wondering if I should like make a Twitch as well. That being said, I don't have the internet to be able to do both Twitch and YouTube streaming at the same time. So I'd have to pick one. Itchy eyes. I don't know why views are so down today. We're doing well earlier. Maybe it's because I started talking about JoJo and people were like, I don't want to listen to JoJo. I came here for Warhammer. whatever, it's fine. Our YouTube's doing the usual thing and not really registering viewers very well. There we go. Blue paint. Blue paint. Everyone loves blue paint. There we go. Very nice. I'll paint this bit. Why won't it paint this bit? There we go. Anyone read any lore that surprised them? I was a bit surprised about the Fourth Quranic War and where it was actually fought and stuff. Like, I thought it was all about but no, that was the Third Quranic War. I'd gotten confused between the two. It's because both of them are Leviathan. I wish they'd actually at least changed it out so it wasn't just Leviathan again. My goodness. There we go. Okay, now under the weapon. So, model, come back. Get into that hand. Yeah. Spin. Spin me right round, baby, right round. That was weird. YouTube. Okay, I think YouTube's being weird. I just looked at chat on my phone. It's all messed up. There you go. So just messing stuff on my phone. Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. Apparently my eBay order's on the way, which is basically just a bunch of upgrades to cart, shoulder pads for my temp bars and stuff. fully succeeded in doing. This painting is blue. Okay, then we've got one more Hastari to do with the blue, and then we're onto gold, and then we're back onto going back through them all with some gold, not gold, red, then we're onto bone. And then go fixing up some of the gold. Just one model at a time. And then we can get onto the highlights and details. And shading. Well, actually, we're going to shading then. Okay, that's nice. Let me just rest my hands a little bit, because ow. And it's 1 o'clock, and you know what that means? Website time, yeah. Oh, there's no new news. It's 1 o'clock. I thought there'd be new news. No new news. No news. Fix them a preview. Warhammer 40k latest. Jeff Meyer still being fought over. Okay, I'm gonna wash the brush before I get on to the next model anyway. And then stretch my legs. Ooh, leggy stretches. Oh, yeah. Army stretches. Remember, you're amazing. Take care of yourself. Yeah, take care of yourself. And then we got this dude. We need to neaten up the blue on him. Correct our mistakes. And then do the same for red on everybody. Actually, no, we've then got Studio Gold. But we're close. We're getting, with every model, we're getting a little bit closer to completion. It's true. Yeah. Oh. Okay, gonna drink some drink. Bam ba 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 ba. Oh my gosh, my elbow hurts so much. There we go. I just need to get like some soft padding on my desk for my elbow. Like, it's actually just a dust cloth that I have on my desk, and I usually use it to cover my phone camera when I'm not using it for YouTubing, because you know I don't want to be spied upon. But yeah, when I'm VTubing and I'm painting, I put it on my desk because it's nice and soft and fluffy, and it protects my hand, my elbow. It's just resting on the desk, and the bone keeps clicking and clacking against it. Bone of a joint. What base should I do for them? I was thinking maybe I should do a snowy base, or maybe I should just do the base I did for every other model and for the rest of my armies so far. Or just gravel. I do have some snow basing, so it could work. I don't really like using texture paints for basing though, so I don't have a lot of a snow fluff. What about brush I'm using? It's a Winsor & Newton CV700. Because it plays better for getting the coverage of painting the area. I'll also be able to go into a point when I need it to. Usually I've been using the Microsoft Citadel base brush Microsoft. So silly. You have a synthetic STC, whatever you call them. STL brushes. Just layer one or base overall. Oops. A bit over the lines then. This is the issue with this brush, it's quite easy to roll the lines. Paint bits that I didn't mean to paint. Tyranids have to be one of the greatest and scariest threats in 40k. People keep saying the Tyranids lose, but every time I read about Tyranids, it's like the win, and finally somebody else gets the win. It's like, we lost like 100 planets, but we managed to protect like 5 planets. Maybe not 100, but like a few dozen planets are lost. But we protected 5. And we reclaimed half a dozen. I'll try to, but it will take us many years to fully reclaim them. By which point, next Tyrannic War, yeah! go. And we just keep painting, just keep painting, just keep painting. What do? We paint, paint, paint. A little bit over here. Oh gosh, trying to get the correct angles on faces. Kind of difficult. Arch is a little bit stronger on the magnifying glass. Sometimes I think it's like there's a bit of area and mist for blue. I'm gonna paint over. It's like it's not going in. It just turns out to be light reflecting. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And then, have we done another article yet? Did we do the art? No articles. It's sad. You know, I get excited about Games Workshop being like, hey, we got a new article. I'm like, yeah, let me read it. And we're like, it's meant to be we usually do it like 1 o'clock. And each weekday, they've got like a new article up. I wonder if the Exodites are going to come out. Kind of hope it's not this month because that's the next set I want to get. And oh gosh, I just painted my camera. Oh my gosh, my camera's so warm. I'm gonna make pizza. What's everyone else having for like food today? I'm gonna make myself some pizza. I got cooked up some sausages already. I don't know if I actually can be bothered eating pizza today. I might have to just save it for tomorrow. Already had a big old thing today. Already had a sausage sandwich. That's enough. Hello, Severin. How are you doing? No! No! I'm a cat. I'm not a cat. I just look vaguely like a cat. I'm still a cupcake. How you getting ready for work? Oh, enjoy your work, Severin. Thank you for popping in while you're getting ready. It was much appreciated. Although, for turning me into a cat, much less appreciated. We're trying to fix up some of this blue, make it look nicer, and fix some of our errors that we did. Also, I'm talking about having a pizza, making a pizza. Don't have to worry about garlic and onion in it if I make it myself. Cause I can't eat garlic or onion without becoming very ill. I can't eat a lot of things without burning up. There we go. Oh, and Mechanicus is super lovely. There we go. Oh, the hood looks a bit nicer now. At the very least. And hopefully I can get my brush around the areas where I need it now. That's always the difficulty with this. Look how shiny she is though. It's like gold plated or something. There's no logical reason for you to be covered in this much gold, you silly tech beast. She doesn't care. She's just out there doing an explorer tour fleet. Collecting all of the stuff out there. All of the relics. All of the monies. All of the vid and stuff. Hoarding it all. That's easier said than done. It's hard to tell which bits actually need to be blue. At least some of these places. Lots of hidden parts on this model. Be careful not to break those servo screws by them getting caught on things. Moving the model around. A very noisy bird outside going. I think it's laughing at me. It's laughing at me. Birds always thinking they're better than me. Because they are. They're flying with their wings and their feathers. And they're really pretty. And they're super cool. It's like, are you jealous of birds? No, I wouldn't be jealous of birds. You're jealous of birds. Oh. There we go. There we go. Move a model. Not thinning down this paint much, to be honest. I mean, it's a layer paint, it's already kind of thinned down. But it doesn't have good coverage, does it? Oh, just gotta be careful. I gotta be careful because I might break the model, but also Because I've got a brush in one hand, I might just accidentally paint like a massive line across the model's feet. The model moves in my hand. The entire area had not been painted any colour except for primer. I'll stay over here anyway. And avoid doing the stuff right now. I'll do the stuff later, probably with a nicer brush. It'll be easier to control around the important area. Just gotta trust the process. A difficult process to work with. Just gotta trust the process. Not very fun at all. There we go. Oh, super nice. Elbows. I have to just actually do the exercise just to stretch my legs a little bit. And my arms. Hard to breathe with blooming hay fever. There we go. Ben, stop turning me into banana! Why? Ah! I got bananaed again. There we go. There we go. Elbows are painful. Elbows are nice. Why do we even have elbows? It sucks so much. It's so mean. I got an elbow over here. Got an elbow over there. I got an elbow everywhere. Over here. There's definitely a lot of reason. I've done the contrast paint first. Just trying to paint all of these codes. Normal paint would have been hell. Magnifying glass, help me out here. Reach some of these like threading a needle with 50 different holes. The holes won't move. Just as I hope there is a line that the needle can go through. I'm gonna have to like mute for a second. Don't blow my nose. Hay fever's mean. Not that blowing for nose helped very much in the end. Right. Okay, so let's go back to with gold. The brush. That's mostly green stuff. Green stuff to deal with. Okay, now onto the front of this thing. Again, it will be. What the hell is what's going on? So I think after I've done the front of this, I'm done for the neatening of blue. Corrections. We'll just have to go through with the gold. Oh, no, with the red next. Then the bone, then the gold. Oh no, I need to do the staff. Yeah, the staff was going to do last. Yeah. That I forgot about. I need to change my brush. So hopefully this will look nicer, even if just a little. I think it does. I think the blue definitely looks neater than before. I am making more mistakes again. If I make any other mistakes and end up having to correct the blue again, I'm going to just have to, like when I'm going over with the red, there's a chance I might mess up and paint over the blue, but I'm just going to have to instantly correct it. Rather than just going, okay, that's just going to have to be left for later. Okay, for now, let's wash this brush. I will get out. Oh yeah, I need to also do the gun. That makes a lot of sense. But how's the robes looking? The robes are looking a bit nicer. Not amazing, but it's fine because we're going to get the shades on. We're going to get the highlights done. Again, it's all about trusting the process. Not that I have a lot of trust in the process, but it's my process. I'm allowed not to trust it very well. So what brush do I want? I think I want to use a layer brush. Yeah, layer S. STC, that's it. The STC brushes. They're pretty good. Surprisingly for the price. We'll do the staff. Oh wait, that's what I've not done. YouTube just reminded me. Membership gifting. Here you go,
Yay!
membership.
Oh my
Yay!
cupcake. Thank you Cupcake
Mage.
Conjurer for
Oh,
supporting
Talon got
5
sniped.
cupcake mages.
And Chris Tooley and Tinleen. Yeeg, everyone gets sniped. Okay, who else can we snipe?
Cupcake, yay!
Oh my cupcake. Thank you Cupcake Conjurer for
Mage.
Oh my
supporting
gosh,
5
look,
cupcake
Alona.
mages.
Neon Knight, Pain Kai. Yeah, there you go. You get access to that emote. And if I do a member stream soon. I do want to do another one. And I definitely want to do another one. There you go. I need to figure out what clans are in for Old World for art. Or what colour scheme I want to paint from. I might just go for a very traditional theme. Like, you know, browns, black and greens. Can I get into neaten this all up. Yeah, I kept reminding myself, first of the month, do membership. First of the month, do membership. And I kept forgetting. I can't believe I forgot. Well, I can believe I forgot. It's very easy for me to believe I forgot. But yeah, I kept reminding myself, like, for the past 3 days, before every stream, every time I saw the date and the calendar, I'm like, gift membership, gift membership, gift membership. I guess I did remember in the end. YouTube just sent me an email saying, hey, memberships are a thing, you know. I'm like, oh yeah, gift them. Gift them, gift them, gift them, gift them, gift them. There we go. That's nice. The issue with this brush is that the kind of stiff, which is very useful, but also it makes it a bit hard to get the same coverage with them, especially into the nooks and crannies, where the brush doesn't necessarily fit all of the bristles at once. There we go. Painting a little bit at a time. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady painting the model. Slow. Oh gosh, my finger's getting stuck there. Oh yeah, trying to paint from the other side. Of that angle. things away, but I'm not gonna let it stop me. Yeah. That's good. Hopefully. A bit of gold I needed to have painted, but I didn't. Okay, need to readjust my magnifying glass a little bit here. This bit needs to be blue, not gold. There we go. Very close to finishing the blues now. We're over halfway through the staff. And we've just got the gun. And that's it. That everyone who needs to be blue will be blue. Will be fixed. Neated up. Or neatened up rather. We'll be able to move on. Right. But I think I'll take a little break after this. Just BRB, take a little exercise break. And there we go. Nice. Okay, does that look better than before? Oh no, I need to do the gun now. Forgot about the gun. I mentioned that like 6 times and I forgot. You see, this is my memory. I got the memory of a goldfish. It's got to keep all my brains in my hat, but my hat is very warm. Yeah, that's why I need such a big hat, to keep all my brains inside. Because my head's just full of cola. Big old head full of cola. Now you might think, why not keep your cola in your hat? And your brains in your head where they belong. It's like, well, I want my brains inside my body. No, I want my cola inside my body, you know. Like, I want to drink my cola. I want it with me at all times. So I have my hat with me at all times. I've got my head with me at all times. Now, maybe if I had my brains, you know, I'd think keeping for brains would be a good idea, but nah. Cola, cola, cola. I like to drink cola. Cola, cola, cola. We're drinking over cola. The painting this model is true. It's painting every day. Going my way, it's going your way. Going every way. Painting this model. It's as fun as can be. Look how dusty that looks. It's not dusty, it's just where I was spraying it, you know, white. Well, I say white, it's grey. It's gracier. You know, some of it went on here, but not a lot. Without holes, with holes. Games Workshop Limited, 2017. Oh, and we need to do the scarabs. Yeah, okay. After the scarabs and after the sun. A lot of work to do when we're coming after you. We're gonna take your head, we're gonna take your skull, and give it back to you as it was stolen by Skeletor, the evil nasty man. He left He-Man to go after you, and you never knew. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Paint in blue, paint in blue. We're painting a lot of blue. Maybe it's because I turned the ads down. Maybe YouTube hates me for lowering the amount of ads I've got on the stream. We need to test it more. Okay, there's a lot of areas of blue on this gun I had completely missed. Oh, not good. But this is why we do the correction paint. I'm painting everything. Painting a world of There we go. Picking up the green's actually pretty difficult. There we go. Let's go. It wants to be blue. Most of it wants to be blue actually. Very detailed. Very detailed painting plans. This Volkite blaster. A hell of a piece. I think it would have just been easier to paint the original weapon she has. But you know what? Then it would have looked as unique. Given a unique weapon, I might as well paint it as well as I can. Which might not be that well. But, you know. Doesn't matter. Turns out I've not painted into here either. I paint anywhere on this model. There's so many areas where I completely miss. Especially on the gun. On the Volkite charger. Actually, I don't know what I know it's a Volkite weapon, but I don't know exactly which Volkite weapon it is. I can't remember which model it comes from. It might have been no, it wouldn't be in spare. It would have been like a spare Bossin. Volkite charger just sounds like a car brand, doesn't it? Or like a make of car. Oh my gosh, someone should make a car brand like electric cars called Volkite. I think get sued by Games Workshop. Did you know, apparently, I say apparently because I never actually bothered to check this fact, Marvel, well, the toy company that Marvel works with, sued the US government in an attempt to prove that mutants are not humans. Because accordingly, the toy company suddenly saw its toys were getting taxed a lot higher because of a new tax on human-shaped dolls. And they were arguing that, you know, they're not human because they're mutants. They have weird powers and they look different. They're clearly not human. That kind of goes against the spirit of Marvel. Like, do ever mutants are campaigning for human rights throughout it all? Red and blue. Is it Spider-Man? Yes, Dado. Hi, hello. Oh gosh, this is There you go. Sorry, it got a bit out of focus there, didn't it? No, it's kind of Spider-Man colours, but that was more accident. It's not Optimus Prime either. It's just Mechanicus, but with blue. How you doing? I think that's a weapon done now. How does the weapon look? Looks a bit nicer than before. A bit smoother. But how are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. I just slowly paint. You're painting Photon! Oh, what colour scheme you doing for your Photon? I'm thinking of doing mine, McDonald's colours, red and yellow. Red and yellow, doo. In fact, just today, just before the stream, some Mephiston red arrived. Yeah! Red and yellow, doo. Purple and black, ooh. Purple and black. That sounds fun. I'll probably put some black on mine as well. I like some other detailing. I didn't want to paint from blue because I've already got so much blue that I'm painting. My Mechanicus, my Templars have quite a bit of blue. And my Death Schools also have blue. I don't think there's any things that I know of, you know, Photon leagues that have a red and blue colour scheme. Oh, are you painting from like a specific league that you're going for? Is it just a homebrew one? As I know there's a purple league, isn't there? We're mostly just doing corrections at the moment on the blue, and then we'll be doing corrections on the red, and then corrections on the bone, and the gold, and then we'll be able to finally get into doing details and stuff on them. Say details, doing shading and highlights, more interesting things. homebrew league, nice. I prefer doing homebrew colours as well. It's one of the reasons why it was so hard for me to figure out what colour in the end I wanted to paint from. Because every time I thought of the colour, it's like, oh no, wait a minute. Bright orange? No, there's already a league that colour. Dark green? No, league's that colour too. White? Nah, that's also a league colour. I don't know much about the leagues and stuff. Pondering on if I should buy the combat patrol, then I would have 40 halfkin! Yay! 40 halfkin. Why not 40 halfkin? What is the combat patrol currently? You got 2 combat patrols. One of them's still being sold in some shops, but it's got the 2 steelkin and the pioneers and the strategists. The current combat patrol has... Does it have the Terminatory dudes for half guard? The champion. And, oh, what's the last unit in it? Oh, for Thunderkin. Does it have Thunderkin in as well? Thunderkin are really good in 11th edition. Very cheap, just ignore cover. Which allows you to get some really good firepower into some units. How can I just remember what a random combat patrol has in it, but I can't remember anything else? I don't like the look of them, yeah. I can understand that. People often don't. Ah, I just poked myself in the nose with a sword. I was gonna paint the scarab, but then the sword just came up and poked me in the nose. No. No. Wait, why would you get for combat patrol if you don't like the look of them? You also don't like the look of half guard, right? I don't like the look of any or whatever it's called, the champion dude. That character. Really don't like the look of that one, personally. Halfkin? Yeah, just go buy a squad of halfkin then. Like, you're paying like 2.5 times as much just to get a combat patrol for 2 units you don't want. It's like, just buy a squad of halfkin. And unless you do want the other units, so you just don't like the look of them, but you still do want them because they're good or whatever. It's not like you have a lot of other choices in Photon. Leagues of Photon at the moment. And Thunderkin have always been a go-to, just instant take. Half guard are pretty good. I like half guard. If I was to increase the size of my army, I'd think I'd want to get a full squad of 10 half guard. I just like giving them the full squad of 10 half guard, the Carl, and give them all plasma and grenades. Just absolutely devastate anything that the deep strike next to. Give my Carl a enhancement that makes them stronger. Or a stratagem on them, make them even stronger. Not another Capricus. I don't know. I'd want to, I like the look of Sagittars, so I'd want to get a couple of Sagittars. And I really think that half the warriors are just ridiculously cheap for what they do. Like 100 points for toughness 5, 4+ armor save, 6+ feel no pain units. That can have a strength 5 AP, is it 1 or 2 gun? With also the Magna Veillands and a missile launcher. They're just absolutely insane for what they are. Also, you get sticky objectives. Give them a Sagittar, you can split them into 2. You can get a power knife with them as well. So it's like, what? 5+ invulnerable. Oh yeah, I'm 5+ invulnerable. Oh, you could give them the bolt gun as well, but I much prefer the other weapon. You can also give them pistols and knives, which is okay. So yeah, they are just ridiculous. Oh yeah, they also get rerolls to hit or something on. Why is it +1 to hit? They got another ability. Melee weapons are worth the something, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Especially now that you got steel jacks if you really want to go full melee. And you've also got the melee weapons and for Jaegers, which make a lot more sense. Yeah, the warriors are just really good. So I'd want to get another unit of warriors. A couple of Sagittars to split the units up. Maybe a 3rd unit of warriors with a 3rd Sagittar. I kind of would want to go for another unit of Jaegers with 2 more carriers. A couple of Capricus defenders wouldn't be the worst. Melee jacks are bad, kind of bad. They're not bad, they're just not good either. It's like they're fine. They do, compared to the shooting jacks, they do underperform, but I would say that the shooting jacks overperform rather than the melee ones underperforming. The main reason that the melee jacks just kind of underperform though is that you just got different options. You can always just go half guard, or you can go Siphonian Berserkers. Or you can just go with like Jaegers of melee weapons, which isn't terrible. Like the main reason for you take Jaegers is for the utility they bring, not for the killing power. So the ability to just throw them into melee with someone and just get a few extra kills is pretty nice. Also, when it comes to models, you never know what's going to become good. Like, I went for some melee steel jacks just because I think they look cool and I like the big old bolt guns they got. Games Workshop made steel jacks 5 points cheaper. It's so fun, yeah. It's just a bit odd. There's a lot of odd point changes, so I'm expecting the next data sheet update will probably bring a lot of point changes again. Some of the stuff that went down might go back up even higher. Some of the stuff that went up might go down even lower. It depends. Also, when it comes to things like Photon, they're not necessarily going to want to get rid of or do like nerf some of the good units, because it's those good units that keep them competitive. Jaegers are a bit weird. Like, I prefer Jaegers and my entire mercenary group kind of out on the fringes aesthetic I'm going for. Jaegers would make a lot more sense than things like warriors and stuff, so would more pioneers. So in theory, I should be going for more Capricus defenders, more Jaegers, more Capricus carriers. Did I say more pioneers? Yeah. What do you mean for artillery is great? Artillery is okay. I'm not a big fan of the Berserkers though. Like, when it comes to units I dislike and for Photon, just for the look of them, it's the Berserkers. Also, I just don't think they make a lot of sense, like lore-wise and anything else. They always just feel really weird, you know. But I'm going to go and do some exercises, I think. Well, I'd say do some exercises. I need to take a break to stretch my legs and my hands and stuff. And rest my elbow. So we'll do a 10-minute timer for Pioneer. Pioneers are good, but if I ever off a unit where I don't like the look of them. The units where I don't like the look of them is Siphonian Berserkers at the top. Then it's probably Pioneers. No, the Champion is probably at the top of disliking the look of. So it probably goes Champion, Berserkers, Pioneers. So yeah. And I'll do a 5-minute timer. I'll do a 5-minute timer. We don't need to be gone too long. So anyway, let's go to do exercises. Yeah. There we go. So I was struggling to get the timer to work there. ba, 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 ba. Okay, okay. Do you think Games Workshop has done an article? No. Actually, wait, no, there's an Old World feature. Old World Battle March Designer Notes. Designer Notes! Yeah! The Battle March Companion is available to pre-order next weekend, so we sat down with Dave! Big Dave! Of a design studio. Why is everyone called Dave in the world? Oh look, it's the new thing that's made to order soon. In the Battle March, players muster armies of between 400 and 750 points of fast-paced, high-stakes battles. Okay. So smaller games. That's nice. That's nice. For your scale. Reduce the range of all missile weapons and strength with a strength of 5 or less by 6 inches to a minimum of 3 inches. My goodness. Wait, your gale's affecting your pistol shot. I guess maybe it's putting it off aim, off target. Single use. When calculating its combat results, a unit carrying a banner of renown may claim an additional bonus of +1 combat resolution points. Okay. That's fun. Anything else? No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Okay. Let me get another glove on. Ba, 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 ba. So we got the reds to paint next. Going back over all other places. Mostly, we don't need to do as much neatening like with the blue. Because the blue we did contrast paints. The contrast paint kind of did contrasty paint stuff and it didn't look very neat. As we're going to see once we see the June crawler again. I don't mind it too much of a June crawler, especially once we start getting shading and highlighting on it. It will look fine. The main thing though I need to do now is get some red paint. Fix up that red paint. Where's my Mephiston red? Is it Mephiston red I want to use? Do I have a layer paint? That's nice. Because that's a base paint. I don't like using base paints when I don't have to. I got Evil Sun Scarlet. Well, that feels more... Oh, no, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, we can use this. I want a relatively nice, detaily brush. Let's shake up Evil Sun Scarlet. I find layer paints easier to work with than base paints. They don't dry up the same. It's basically already slightly thinned for you. I should probably get my brush out again. Not brush, magnifying glass. There we go. Yeah. Okay, no, that wants to fall over. Do it like there we go. I like how whimsical the music is here. Thank you. I paid someone to work very hard to make some whimsical music for me. They're in the description. Oh no! That instantly went bad. There's a bunch of red just seeped off the brush and down to the bottom of that thing. Did you turn them into a cupcake after? No, I turned them into a cupcake first, and then I said, if you want to go back, you better make music for me. I think they did. I think I kept them as a cupcake because I think they would prefer staying as a cupcake. You know, they didn't say if they would, but I assumed they would. I just did what's better for them. What's better for everyone? It was oh, look at this! Oh, it's beautiful. That's a nice thing to paint here. Oh. I was saying that look at this, that's beautiful. It was actually just a part where I missed. Same here. Part where I originally missed. We're using Evil Sun Scarlet right now. There we go. If being a cupcake is so great, then why? I am one! I am a cupcake! Look! Just because, look, a cake can be any shape they want to be. And I can be any shape I want to be. Because I'm a cupcake conjurer. I'm going to pick someone. You! Yeah. Like, have you seen my hair? Look at my big old hair swirl. Have you never seen this hair swirl? Not on the side close to Cuptle. On the other side, it's full of sprinkles. It's full of sprinkles. That's because my hair's made out of fondant. My hair is fondant, and it's full of sprinkles. Well, one part of it's full of sprinkles. Yeah. That seems really annoying. Don't worry, because it's fondant, I don't need to brush it. It just sorts itself out. Like all fondant does. I just conjure my hair. I just conjure my hair into the shape it needs to be in. This is why being a cupcake conjurer is so great. Smart. Yeah. And sometimes I get turned into a cat, but even when I look like a cat, I'm still just a cupcake. Even when I'm a banana, I'm still just a cupcake. When I'm a worm, I'm just a cupcake. Every time I'm just a cupcake. Never mind how I look or act, I'm just a cupcake. How does one learn cupcake conjuring? Well, you have to become a cupcake apprentice, and then a cupcake mage, and then you can become a cupcake sorcerer, and then you can use your cupcake magic, and maybe become a cupcake conjurer. And you can do it all for just 0.99 pence a month. YouTube membership, and you too can learn cupcake magic. Yeah. For $2.99, you can become a cupcake mage. The funny thing is, that is literally the names of my YouTube membership. Cheers. If you're a member, you got cupcake magic, and you better use it responsibly. You better use that cupcake magic responsibly. Oh, there we go. This is a bit of a brighter red than before, but it's fine. I think the bright red works well with our Spider-Man colours. It's between being a cupcake mage and buying more plastic. Becoming a cupcake mage helps me buy more plastic. Now, next box of plastic I'm getting. Actually, no, there's a few things. I've ordered some more Black Templar shoulder pads and stuff for conversions. I need to get more capes eventually. I'm fine for now, though. Next one I plan to get, though, new box is the Expedite box. Because excited for Expedite. I wonder if they're going to release, but I hope they release like a Wraith Lord equivalent. Oh, Wraith. Oh my gosh. Imagine if they release a Wraith Knight sized dinosaur. The pile of shame must grow. Yeah. I really hope they release for the Expedite a Knight sized dinosaur. We need to see dinosaurs versus mech. Oh god, I'm packed. There we go. Either that or they need to release like some cool you know, Expedite Wraith. That would be fun. Or like lore about what happens to the Expedites if they die. Like, do they get their souls attached by Slaanesh? Are they safe because they were Expedite worlders? Do they use something similar to what the Dark Elves have? Not Dark Elves, the Dark Eldar. If you don't know the Dark Eldar, they make pacts with the homunculi, and the homunculi basically takes their DNA and a piece of their soul, and if they die, they collect their entire soul, make a clone from their DNA, and then put the soul back into the new clone's body, and then just take a little bit of the soul again. Or next time they might die. Which is always why you want to make sure that the homunculi, you pay your tab to the homunculi. You never know when you're going to die. They have stones, but so do the Drukhari. The Drukhari also have stones on them. But their stones just do different things. I think the other thing that they can do if they craft their stones, though, for the Drukhari, it's like they can collect their soul into a stone, and the stone can then be given over to homunculi for them to be reborn. Oh, wait a minute. No, they've got the world trees, don't they? Yeah, which is a bit like the infinite circuits of craft worlds, but it's like if they die on the planet, I believe, you don't need to take the stone to the tree. The tree just like absorbs you. I'm not sure. I just remembered, yeah, they have the world trees. They don't call them the world trees. They call it something else. I forget what it's called though. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. It's just kind of boring that it's the same as the craft worlds. It would have been fun if they had like a different thing. Oh, maybe the world trees like allow reincarnation. Which is why the craft world Eldar don't have the same birth weight tissue. Not for the craft world, the like maybe Expedite Eldar don't have the same birth weight tissue because they can just gather the souls of the infinite creatures like them and resurrect. A lot quicker and easier to think it once you've already when you're just doing correct things. can't believe I forgot about that. Musical so whimsical it makes me want to live in a small mushroom house in the forest. Yeah, well maybe not a mushroom house, maybe a little cupcake house. Yeah, literally that is the kind of thing I was going for with the music. I wanted it being like, you know, a fairy tales type style music. Because I liked music by Josh Harvey. But then I felt like I needed to get my own. Partly because I kept getting hit by the auto copyright thing despite putting all the correct. This is where you can get the music from. Mentions and stuff. And also because he started using AI. Oh, I don't use it. Yep. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to support this anymore. So I hired, but for musician took a while, so that's why I had the old music for a while after. I've been wondering if maybe I should like go for more, you know, generic cutesy VTuber music and stuff. I like this music. I feel it's very on brand for Cupcake Whip. And have you seen my background where I like live in a forest? Hi Nano Fate, how you doing? We've painted, we've gone over doing the corrections of the blue. I think they're all done. Yeah, so now we're doing corrections with the red. I think we did that one before, didn't we? Did we? But then I would not feel as whimsical if you changed the music. Yeah. Also, spent good money on this music, so you know what? I'm keeping it. Pretty sleepy, just woke up. Ooh. Any good dreams? No, thanks for coming to the stream info. You just woke up. That's very kind of you. There we go. I hope you have a nice waking up today. I had a pretty good time waking up today, actually, for once. I got up, got a sausage sandwich, read a book about how the custodies got absolutely trounced by Tyranid. The custodies still won, but they got absolutely destroyed by a single Tyranid. Non-emissaries, my beloved. Sucks that non-emissaries aren't actually that good in terms of actual gameplay. They're okay, they're mostly just adorable because of the invulnerable and the ability to gain feel no pain. Assimilate to the one that do the good damage. Even then it's kind of meh damage. I know for red there's a lot of corrections I need to do, partly because of where we went over for blue, doing the blue corrections. Feels like blooming. Definitely feels like a Spider-Man colour scheme here. And nostalgia from when I was a kid. I was never a big fan of Spider-Man as a kid. It's one of those things where you're forced to have to like something sometimes. Well, not like it, but everyone just automatically would assume you like something. And you just have to deal with that. Like Harry Potter. I hated Harry Potter. Everyone's like, oh, you must love Harry Potter. It's like, no, I don't love Harry Potter. You might need to complain about how much you hate painting black. Wait, what's wrong with painting black? Painting black's one of the easiest colours, right? It's white, that's the hard one. And yellow. I guess trying to make black look good can sometimes be difficult. Black Army is stuck at it. Paint it. Do your priming in black. Just spray it with black undercoat and it will just... And then all you need to do is paint for purple over black. Purple paints really easily over black. Or should do anyway. Then all you need to do is put on some highlights. Like just dry brush. Actually, one of the things you want to do is undercoat in black, take a dry brush and just like take a grey or whatever, highlighty colour you want to use and just dry brush it over the black. Throw it in known oil and then just do your purple on the areas that you want purple. I dreamt I was using a character creator to make the most incredible mustache beard combo I can. Oh my gosh. That sounds funny. What colour do you use for high brushing, for highlighting? Do you have a proper dry brushing brush? That makes it a lot easier. Well, black. For my black Templars, I usually use Fenris Grey to do for highlights, but that's because it's less meant to be highlights and more armor damage. I'm still trying to get good at making it look like armor damage. Yeah, your brush is... Oh my gosh. Where are they? Okay, here we go. What you want to do is just get something like these things. Those synthetic dry brushes. Which you get these kind of stuff. Where is my dry brushing one? Oh, there it is. My favourite one of them is just this small one though. Which needs cleaning. I don't know what it means and I want those re-meaning people to tell. I think it means that you want to play Red Dead Redemption but with a mod so you get better character creators. But you also, these types of brushes are good for dry brushing. You should get a mustache. No, I don't think it's anything to do with that. Maybe you just want to listen to the Dragon Ball Z TFS mustache song that they made when Vegeta got a mustache. my moustache, you a question? Team first. Oh my gosh, I just completely missed. And mustache man. Already I have a mustache and a beard that grows down to my waist. So I have that covered. Oh my gosh. Hi, Officer Bucket Russell. How you doing? How you doing? I don't want a mustache. Cuptle sometimes have a mustache. Muffin sometimes has a mustache. Oh, there we go. Wait, does that mean when you put on a belt, are you one of those people that you put on a belt and you put the belt around the mustache? The beard, sorry. Irrationally annoyed. Why are you irrationally annoyed? I don't know, I'm just irrationally annoyed. It wouldn't be irrationally annoyed if I knew why I was annoyed, would it? Oh. Why is it just something you're annoyed about? But you know that you really shouldn't be as annoyed about it as you are. But you are anyway. Maybe you need a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. No, my wife braids my beard so it winds up shorter than it actually is. Oh my gosh. Braiding. I've tried braiding my hair before. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not very good at it either. Very fun. Oh wait, I need to wash my blooming brush and fix an issue with the blue that I just caught. Something happened in a dream I was having and now I can't remember the dream, so now I feel like I should be ticked off. I have no clue why. Oh my gosh. That's even worse than the you cheated on me in a dream. It's like I'm annoyed at you because of something I dreamt about. I don't know why. Hi, Lord Grandmaster. Braided beards. Oh my gosh, you're like a dwarf then. With a braided beard. Because a dwarf's braid their beard. More water. More water. Do 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 do. More water. A kin mayhap. Odd for leagues. I don't think the kin actually do have that many long beards. It's mostly for old world dwarves that do the long beard thing with the braiding. Denison of Mystery is here. Hello. Everyone's coming in now. Everyone's woken up. Sharpie coloured Ad-Mech. No, don't say that. That's mean. I'm trying my best to paint them. I don't want them to look like Sharpies. Why do you think it looks like a Sharpie? Oh no, that's getting red out again. Hi, Emoto Ayumi, how you doing? Oh, why is your sad face? Why is your annoyed face? Rock and stone. Rock and stone. Oh yeah, before you're asking, how am I doing? I'm doing okay-ish. I woke up early today, and you know, I actually felt relatively good after waking up, so I had a sausage sandwich. I mostly just cooked up the sausages though, so tonight I can cut them up, like so I can refrigerate them, and then they can cut into nice slices, and I can put them on a pizza I'm making. Super delicious. Yeah. But how is everyone else doing? Anyone painting anything at the moment? Or am I painting alone right now? There we go. No. You're painting black armor? Yeah. I finished my first Ad-Mech today. Kind of trash, but at least it's done. Ooh, nice. These are my first Ad-Mech, not painted from before. Okay, hopefully after we've done all of it. I mean, this doesn't look like Sharpie. At least we managed to get rid of a Sharpie aesthetic of these guys a bit. Whiteboard Sharpie blue. No, it's not whiteboard Sharpie blue. The Pterosaur blue. The super bright blue. The Spider-Man. 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 Does whatever Spider-Man can. Does he swing? Does he heck? Because he's a Spider-Man. Watch out. Doomcrawler. Eradication beam, I go. Heavy stubber. Yeah. I'm rapidly losing my sanity. Don't worry, I never had any. Okay, it's actually more places I need to do for blue. Need to do the blue. Need to do the blue. Blue, 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 blue. Actually, it's Techless blue we're using now. It's not Pterosaur blue. It's Elf blue. Techless blue is super cool. Techless blue is super nice. Techless blue will save our souls. Why did you choose black armor for his colour scheme? Just start with a black armor as your base. It is so much easier. Doomcrawlers and Gladiators are pretty good. Ooh, yeah, good Gladiators for game. They're good in for a normal game as well. Do you know, for board game? Really good. At first I wanted 3 Doomcrawlers, but now I'm wondering if I do. But now I'm kind of sad that I didn't go for the big old last cannon one, the Neutron Beamer, and I went for the Eradication Beamer instead. Which is okay. And it's called an Eradication Beamer, so you know, that is pretty cool. It's got a cool factor at least. Oh gosh, this blue there I need to do now. Yeah, I'm gonna do the blue. Immortal. IFW Black Armor. Just dry brush lead voucher to them to make it feel more metallic. Maximum edgelord spike hero armor. Oh. I've still got to figure out dry brushing. Yeah. Dry brushing can take a while to figure out. And sometimes even once you do know what you're doing, it's still very easy to go way too heavy or way too light on it. There's a number of methods of dry brushing. There's dry brushing first. Like, you got the slap chop style where you dry brush the entire, so you paint it like one colour. And then you dry brush another colour over top, usually like a highlight colour. And then you just throw contrast at it. And bing bang boom, your model's basically done. So that one, it doesn't matter if you're a bit heavy-handed, as long as you're not pushing it into recesses, is fine. Then you got the way, which I'm probably going to do with this model, where you just do the dry brushing for quick highlights. But you have to be careful, because it's like, if I want to dry brush a lighter blue over this blue, then I don't want to get that blue onto... She grabbed my hand! Get off my hand! Shh. She's grabbing me. She's like, when's my turn to get painted? Like, soon. Soon. Just wait your turn. There you go. But yeah, your second type of dry brushing is like, if you want to do a highlight color, like if you want to do blue, then I need to be careful I don't get it onto the other colors I've also done. Now that makes it hard to then do for dry brushing. On models like this, where you just got lots of large areas of blue, it's a lot easier. But also, if you got large flat areas, you don't necessarily want to dry brush over large flat areas, because it comes with its own issues. Namely, you just have like these streaks going across the flat areas, which you don't necessarily want. If you just pick dry brushing like a normal model, especially like one with lots of details and few flat surfaces, dry brushing is a godsend. Especially if all of those details are mostly just going to be similar colours anyway, so you can use the same highlight. The main thing about dry brushing is you want to thin your paints to some extent, mostly because you do want your paints to flow. You just don't want a lot of it on your brush. You want your brush to be almost dry, but you want the paint that's there to flow. So it will come off your brush and onto the model reliably. I would not the amount of Horus Heresy means, so highlighting would be good to learn. There's multiple ways to highlight. Best thing to do is actually like go onto like the Warhammer tutorials that we've got at the moment. The Warhammer website. I'll just Google tutorials on like how to do Space Marines. Model fell off the table. No! That's not good. Okay, so we've made good progress today. We've gotten the blues fixed up a little. We've gotten the reds fixed up a little. At least on this one. We should hopefully finish the reds. Like fixing them all up. At the end of the screen. I think the next batch of Space Marines are painted up after I've finished going back over all of my Space Marines with gold paint. I think I'll try a different method for them. Annoying thing is, all the tutorials miss out how to do the tiny strips of shoulder trim. That connects the main flat surface to the shoulder pad. Oh, like all of this trim area. Do you mean? Yeah, that just requires a steady hand. And practice. And a relatively thin brush with a nice point on it. But once you get good at it, you don't even need a good brush anymore. It helps, but when you're learning, honestly, I always find that when you're learning, the more better tools you can get hold of, the easier learning becomes. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll be good. Doesn't necessarily mean it will help. But getting good tools helps learn. In my experience, anyway. Would you be spying for new Outriders? At least one box. So I can actually show you. We'll take a little break. We'll take a little break. Anything else here? No. I'll show you my 11th edition Space Marine list. So the new Outriders would go into my Rapid Response Force. It gives it 140 extra points, but yeah, it's just it being weird. So I'm thinking is I'll get a squad, buy 3 Outriders to make this squad a squad of 7. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take like 1 Outrider for Thunderhammer to be this squad sergeant, then like 1 with a power axe and like power weapons and stuff to be these sergeants. And then I'll take the bikes and these squads and put them into here so it'll be 1 big squad of 7. The reason I have one squad of 7 is because I have one chaplain on a bike. And I realised I actually looked at his abilities and he's actually really cool. Where is he? Here he goes. Herald of Penitence. That's what I called him. Yeah, he's got the Cataclysm of Fire. Each time this model's unit is selected to shoot, you can select one enemy unit within 12 inches and visible to this model. Under the end of a phase, ranged weapons equipped by models of this unit have a devastating wounds ability when targeting the enemy unit. It's like, okay, yeah, my multi-melter, my heavy bolt rifles, my absorber bolt pistol, yeah, all of these are just going to, you know, be getting devastating wounds. I've already charge in, get +1 to wound, and get +1 strength and +1 damage. And heck, I could probably give him something to make him even more dangerous, like one of these enhancements. Yeah, improve armor penetration by 1 would be hilarious. Yeah. But other than that, the bike squads are mostly there just to be harassing and annoying people and, you know, playing objectives and stuff. What do you mean they're not unnecessary to refresh at all? The issue with the original bikes is that for push-fit models, the monopose push. Now you can easily, I say easily, there's actually a good number of issues. I've made like 9 of these bikes and I hated every single one of them. Despite I think if they look cool. Let's go right scores because that's a good way to find the bikes. I'll show you the bikes. These bikes here, they're push fit completely. Look at this kit. This is the bike kit as it is. Why am I in blooming USA, UK, for goodness sake? Yeah, here is the bikes as they are right now. They're completely monopose, completely push fit. If you try putting them together at the moment, you will get gaps. You have to cut down the little prongs. You have to be really careful. And even then, you will still get gaps. It's annoying to put these together. From 9th edition starter set, that's with the thumb. That's a thumbnail. No, I don't have paints on your phone. Hi, Poseidon9. You don't have paints on your phone. Oh. Actually, you can get the Warhammer Paint app. You can get paints on your phone. If you want some. But yeah, this kit is really annoying to put together, really difficult. You get gaps in the models. You have absolutely no options available to you. You have to kit bash them if you don't want them all look the same way. It's not fun. That's simply the answer to this. It's not fun. Yeah, Indomitus box is cool. I got an Indomitus box. I don't think it's the best box. A lot of people say the Indomitus box is amazing. I'm like, it was okay. I mean, it was good in the fact that it gave you multiple options for some of the units. But it didn't have a lot of really cool stuff in it. Like big things. Leviathan was much nicer, giving us the Screamer Killers, the Neuro Tyrant to the Ballistus Dreadnought. Armageddon is great, giving us a war track. The new war boss is amazing. And the new Weird Boy as well, amazing. The Dakovig and the Landspeeder. How do people find these old boxes? I found mine on eBay. I got it really cheap. I actually got it so cheap it was shipped from America. Yeah, it was still cheaper than buying all the individual box sets just for the Space Marines. So that's why I got it. But otherwise, you have to go on eBay or whatever, find them online. And for the 5 box, you can still find for the 5 box pretty easily around. Again, I just got mine online. I didn't even realise it was for a new edition or anything. If iPhone was Tyranid themed and only called Tyranids that exist are the dead ones and Bowie's back. But the dead one is a non-emissary, I believe, on his back. Now, the non-emissary is cool. I just read a thing about where it killed 5 of them. 3 rules of Forces of Chaos. Oh, look. You know, Abaddon, not Abaddon, Archeon thinks he's so cool on his silly little horse dragon. You know who's cooler? You know who's cooler? Generic Chaos Lord. Where's the... There we go. Generic Chaos Lord. So much cooler than Archeon and his silly horse dragon. Me. Yeah, you're cooler than Archeon. Sigismund. Yeah, Sigismund's cooler than Archeon. Also, these Chaos Dragons are way cooler. We are all Sigismund. Oh no. No, Black Templar players getting a bad reputation again. This is why my Black Templars are a successor chapter. Salamandred is so cool. I'm wondering if everyone's going to get new bikes who needs new bikes. Orcs are getting new bikes. Space Marines are getting new bikes. Custodes got new bikes. Not long ago, I say it's not long ago. How long ago are the Elder jet bikes? I don't think they're the same ones from when I first started. It might be. What am I doing? It's Xenos. The Drukhari haven't had new bikes yet. Oh, the Drukhari might get new bikes. My goodness. Where's... Oh, yeah, the Shroud Runners are relatively new. When are the Shroud Runners from? Can we see... GW 2022. Or is that 3? I think that's... Okay, they're about 4 years old now. They're still relatively new, as it is. What about the Wind Riders? I mean, does it even have a thing on it? Oh yeah, every single Wind Rider's the exact same bike. Yeah, it doesn't have the when they were made on. Oh, look at that colour scheme. That's amazing. Oh. Why are they the face? These guys should be the face of the Elder. Look how cool that colour scheme is. Now that looks like Sharpie. I'm going to consume fatal food now. Have a good day. Yo, you have a good day too. I hope your food is super tasty. What's it going to be? A hot dog. Oh, hot dogs. Now I want a hot dog. Oh, yeah. But we're getting new bikes. Where's the new bike? Did it show us? Yeah, here we go. New bike. Yeah, I'm excited for the new bikes to some extent. I'm surprised that they didn't change the look of them too much. I'm wondering if we're going to get new jet bike. So what's rumours about just getting new jet bike? And hints towards new jet bikes. I mean, this is the Speed War edition. So I'm imagining that everyone who can get new fast units is going to get new fast units. I'm hoping for Dark Elder get a refresh of their Reaver jet bikes, which they desperately need. I mean, they're cool, don't get me wrong. Reaver jet bikes, really cool. It's just for ancient. I remember when I was a little kid when Reaver jet bikes came out, and I was so excited for them. They look so cool. Oh wait, I need to do blue up here. Yeah, I forgot. I remember. Yeah, that bit. Oh, rumours about Fortune gets on land train. I'm not sure how substantial those rumours are, if I'm honest. Because the land train already exists. The Hecaton Land Fortress is literally just part of a land train. That's what the thing at the front and the back is for. It's literally for you hooking up other Pegaton land fortresses and other vehicles and stuff to it. It's literally the engine of a land train. The land train is mostly when people are like, when are we going to get the photon land train? Because the people are pointing to the epic figure. And people were like, we already have it. Although we got bikes too, kinda. Expedite Dragon Knights. Yeah, for another fast unit. I'm hoping
How's my favorite girl?
Hi, Native Engine. I'm doing okay. I'm hoping that we get... How are you doing? With the Exodites, I'm really hoping, one, we get like a different, like, on-foot unit maybe with them, or different, just like, small, an on-foot unit that has like little small dinosaurs riding alongside them. Oh, that would be so fun. Do like recruit with recruit hounds. That would be fun. But what I'm hoping for, Wraith Knight-sized dinosaur. Or something like that. I want a giant dinosaur in Warhammer. I want knight-sized monsters in Warhammer. Tyranids need a knight-sized monster. We need Godzilla versus mechs. That's what we need. And you know, the greater demons aren't quite knight-sized. The Tyranid non-emissaries, not knight-sized. Just started today. I did start early today. This is a long stream today because we got a lot to do. A lot to paint, and I get distracted easily. Actually, for these, I might switch my brush out to a really thin one. That's going to be a bit better. Because this brush is a bit deaded at the moment. How Kaiju Auxiliaries want. Oh my gosh, that would also be cool. Eldari getting Kaiju Auxiliaries before Tau would be hilarious though. We need our kaijus in Warhammer 40k. Where's my kaijus, James? That was meant to be gold, wasn't it? Whatever. I missed it when I was paid for the gold. I keep missing it. But yeah, we need knight-sized Tyranid. Oh, we might get new gargoyles then. For the Tyranids. I think that's the next new unit they need to get. Carnifexes and Hive... Well, Swarmlord is something that needs to be changed. I think the Hive Tyrant as it is perfectly fine for the Tyranids. Honestly, same for the Carnifexes. I know for old models, but they're good models. Same for the Trigon. And most of their model range, actually. All of the old model range is amazing. I just think that we need a Swarmlord that's a unique model separately. Same goes for Old One Eye. Old One Eye and Swarmlord both need separate models that are very different from the models that we currently have. We could also do with actually getting a proper knight-sized Tyranid. Maybe if it's just like a super non-emissary. I don't care. Just any sort of just knight-sized Tyranid would be amazing. It looks like he's riffing an electric guitar. This dude. No, he's... I mean, I guess I can see it, actually. No, but it's just a giant neutron laser. Their arm is... It's just part of their arm. The neutron laser is basically like a short-range last cannon in terms of how it plays. that ignores stuff on vehicles. Love my Hastari. I don't ever want to get more Hastari. The law about them being expensive to make and produce makes me not want to get more. Because that goes a bit to, like, my entire thing for my tech beast, my Mechanicus, is that they spend lives mercilessly just to constantly get more. Like, most Mechanicus like Archaeotech and gathering and hoarding knowledge. My character, my Fabricator General, Archmagus, whatever you want to call her, yes, she's like just on another level of hoarding these things. So she's constantly sending out servitor teams, hordes of just like bad bombing agents and stuff. Just, I want this thing, and I'm willing to spend as many lives as possible to get it. Well, she's got to go as cheaply as she can. She cares about his Skitarii. She cares less about her servitors. You know? So these guys being expensive and, you know, not the type of thing that a tech beast would spend without a second thought. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to use them then that much. There's obviously great utility in using them, just infantry that have anti-tank capabilities. Or really massive firepower, and are a bit more durable than the average Skitarii. They got 2 wounds, the toughness 4, 3+ armor save, 5% vulnerable, I think. There. I need squads of these. It feels like the box though suggests that there should be in boxes of you should be able to get them in 10. Which maybe with a codex, the next codex will go up to 10. I think Tau will definitely get a new codex this edition though. Because what do they have that's not in the codex currently? The stealth suits are not in the codex. Their army rule was changed. Their Thespids aren't the same as the ones in the codex. Like, everything about the tower's pretty much changed since the codex came out. Well, maybe not everything, but a lot of it. They've had some massive vector changes. That makes me think that they definitely get in a codex this edition. Because, I mean, 11th edition, not everyone is potentially going to get a codex. Because it's basically 10.5 as is common. F-cast engineers for tech beast, please. Yeah. That could be cool. I like how Tower kind of split though between people who want more Tau units and people who want more auxiliary units. I feel like Games Workshop at the moment's in a no-win situation. I don't think Tau will get lots of new units though. I think it'll be one of those ones where if the codex comes out, one new unit comes out with it. Either something like probably Crisis Battle Suits might get a new version of them. Maybe you'll get a new character, named or otherwise. But it won't be I don't think you're going to see a full, like, multiple units and stuff. I think Dark Eldar and Grey Knights are both overdue having something like that, though. I think, actually, the Dark Eldar have been being brought up more and more in lore recently, so I'm thinking that because it's, like, focused around the speed war and stuff, that it would actually be really perfect for Dark Eldar to get a new codex. And to get, like, the Hellions changed out, the Raiders changed out. I mean, the Raiders are actually okay, though. But, like, they've got lots of super fast units. So if there's any addition with the Dark Eldar are going to get, like, a full refresh and new units and stuff, it's got to be this edition. Before they get the new codex, though, they should get, like, a new kill team of the Beastmasters. I think the Beastmasters make perfect sense as a kill team. I'm not sure if a Photon will get a new codex though. Like, they're in a relatively good place. They just had a massive range refresh, or I say refresh, release. I imagine they might get another kill team relatively soon. Don't know what it will be. I'm hoping it will be like Jump Pack. Who do you think is going to get a refresh this range though? Orcs have got some very refresh this edition. Chibi's got a refresh last edition. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to get another refresh this edition. Of the rest of their units. So I'm going to have to paint the cog on all of these models. Grey Knights are definitely overdue range refresh. The stupid thing for Grey Knights is that a single kill team could probably refresh half of the range. Just the fact that one unit is literally half of their range. Plus it has like 5 ways to build it. And all they need is like new Terminators. I think Emperor's Children definitely are in. They've still not even got half the range, I feel like. They've got one unit that has 2 ways to build it. They have Noise Marines, 2 characters, Fulgrim, and Flawless Blades. They then don't get access to half of the tanks and vehicles that Chaos Space Marines get access to. I feel like if the Emperor's Children are going to get a new range refresh, I think that they need a vehicle. Either a new demon engine that's specifically for the Emperor's Children, or just some other vehicle. Oh, wait! A new Predator tank? Or like other tank that's got, sonic weapons on it. That would be perfect, actually. A sonic weapon tank would be amazing for them. or Sonic Weapon Demon Engine. They also, they need a cultist unit. But I wonder if I'll give them Slangor instead. Because you got the Poxwalkers, which is basically a cultist unit for Death Guard. You have the 2 cultist units for World Eaters, don't you? With the Gormongers and the Jackals. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sons get access to the Beastman unit. It would make sense for them to give a Beastman unit to Slaanesh, the Emperor's Children, like balance it out to some extent. But for really, I'd like all of them have access to a Beastman unit, Cultist unit, Traitor Guard unit, Terminator unit, and a Possessed unit, and a Chosen unit. As well as having a cultist character, which can potentially join the Traitor Guard. And a Beastman character. World Eaters still feel like they only have half a range too as well though, which is stupid. Like, literally, they don't even have a character on foot, like a proper World Eater character on foot. They've got the Khorne Lord on Juggernaut, and that's it. They don't even have a Khorne Berserkers on Juggernaut unit anymore. That's a stupid thing. They used to. That's a stupid thing. Like, oh. Honestly, a lot of the Chaos stuff feels a bit half-baked at the moment. Like, Death Guard feels the most baked, but even they are lacking in some of the unit. Actually, Death Guard do have their own demon engines, don't they? So it would make sense for other factions to also have their own demon engines. August, hi Albertonic, how you doing? I hope you had a great birthday. Happy birthday, belated birthday. Oh, I gave you an early birthday, now I'm giving you a belated happy birthday. There we go. We're just painting red with, I mean, we've already got red on them, but we're just neating it up. Correcting mistakes. How's your day going? 2 birthdays in 1 year. Yippee! Got smoke. 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 Smoke them if you got them. Sorry. I was distracted by a smoke grenade model. My day's been good and birthday was good. Nice. Glad you're having a good day and had a good birthday. My day's also been good-ish. Started it with a sausage sandwich, so you know it's a good day when you have a sausage sandwich first thing of the morning. Yeah. Lovely jubbly, lovely jubbly. There we go. Good in the guitar room. Getting away. Good at everything good. And I'm gonna try making a pizza later. Assuming I'm up to it. Oh yeah, this bit's open. I'll paint first, then I can get some soup to do on it. I wonder why orcs don't say Muda-boopers, because that slur can't ever be used against them because they don't even have... I don't think they understand the concept of mothers and children. Sausage sandwich and pizza in one day. I'm jealous. I don't know if I'll even eat the pizza today if I make one. Depends how I feel. But I had a sausage sandwich because I was like, I wanted to put a sliced sausage on the sandwich. But if you've ever tried slicing a sausage fresh after cooking it, you know, it's not fun. It doesn't slice as well as if you refrigerate it after cooking it. So that's why. Like, it slices, if you refrigerate it, you can get some super nice thin slices that you can just scatter all over a pizza. So then I was like, I'm making them anyway, might as well have a sausage sandwich to start my day. Yeah. And then I read some Warhammer. I read a Warhammer rule, the 10th edition rulebook. From the 5 and box. Because it's full of lore, and I was reading lore. Yeah. How big are the pizzas for you? I don't know how big the pizza's gonna be. I mean, because I'm giant, a large pizza is about this big. Don't forget, this is like a 5-inch base. I'm joking. No, I usually have like 9 or 10-inch pizzas if I wanted to like buy a pizza from somewhere, I think. And then I'd have half of it, and then I'd save the other half for another day. My tummy is not very happy. I don't think it liked having that much food early in the day. There we go. Sorry, my internet died for a bit there. I'm just a giant. I'm super tall. The tallest person who's ever been. Now, these are only 32mm bases, so like 1.5 inches. You're making spaghetti and meatballs. Spaghetti and meatballs. Sounds tasty. I hope it is tasty. I hope it's delicious. Spaghetti and meatballs. It's raining spaghetti and meatballs. Everything. Isn't that the plot of a film? It's raining meatballs or something. Or the title of the film. It's always raining meatballs in Philadelphia. Oligarchy is coming after me. No. There we go. More models to paint. We're not going to be able to get to highlight and stuff today. Can at least finish fixing the red. Right blend, flesh shade, blend, flesh shade. I tried sushi again for the first time in a very long time and I love it. Oh, glad you love it. Sushi has never been one of those things that, you know, I seem to has spoken to me. That's the good one. Never spoken to me. Never made me want to have them. I don't know very well, but liked it. What a particular piece is called. Sushi doesn't talk to you, but you know what I mean. It's not something it's like, yeah, I don't think I want to have sushi. I like my fish cooked, to be honest. Different things for different people. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I messed that up, but fine. I just got to paint that up and fix it. Hi, Erland. All those space marines want to.
All those space marines wanna step up. I hope you know I packed a kaiju, and I'm going to break some figures tonight.
Oh, you're gonna. We were talking about kaijus earlier. No, don't turn me into a small boss. Where's my jacket? Where's my jacket? Yeah. Why do I have ears on? There we go. Now I'm good. Where's my hat? You want a hat on? Yeah. Yeah, we talk about kaijus. We're like, we need more kaiju models, night-sized monsters in Warhammer. Yeah. No color. No color. No color. I've just got water right now. I've got water. I've got a glass of water with a straw in it. I'm drowning in my water. It's flavored water. Lemon and lime. Vanquil's not in the end times this. They didn't reveal him. They revealed Golotkin and stuff. Unless there's been another reveal that I missed. Just give me a moment. I need to like blow my nose. There we go. Yeah. Now where is it that I needed to paint? I need to paint it here. I did see one of the reveals looked a bit like Banquo's horn to me. Do you know where it was? Do you know? Not reveals. Wait, do you know it shows the silhouettes of them? That's the one. Rumor engine type stuff. Yeah, one of them looked a bit like Banquo's horn to me. The top left one. Well, that's about it. Like, he has two horns, one that goes back and one that pops like that. So one goes round like that, one goes back, and then they have a staff there that look like his horn. Could be enough of horn entirely. But if they've done another reveal, I have not seen it, unless it was the one for the other day. With the Galopkin and the Blight Lords, which is fun. I wonder if they're going to have, like, each of the Chaos Gods are going to have units added in. Although they already have the Corn End Times ones, don't they? The Berserker units that they did. Bankroll if it's actually no, they're just a small stuff. It's not this. I want to think. I'm definitely gonna put some of the gold around here. Really suck at painting. What the heck? There we go. I go AFK for a couple of minutes and screen quality dropped to 48 points. No! I was working on my channel points icon for Twitch. Ooh, nice. That's good. But yeah, was it another reveal for Fanquil or something? Or is it just for Rumor Engine you're talking about? I did lower the number of adverts that you're meant to be getting, though. So, I mean, I know that does nothing for the quality, but hopefully that will help you out. Because I know you guys were complaining about the number of adverts, so I lowered it to its lowest setting I can do without turning off adverts entirely. So hopefully it's a better viewing thing for you guys. Yeah. Nah, just YouTube fighting against users again. Yeah. Been doing that a lot lately. This is an absolute mess. Hi, Mystic Nexus, how you doing? Yeah, YouTube delayed the stream for me, so far it's not bad at 17 seconds. Last month it was worth at like half an hour sometimes. Oof. That's not good at all. How you doing, Mystic Next? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah. We're just doing some corrections with red right now. We've done corrections to blue. I think this is just still part of a base coloration of the model before shading and highlight. Which takes me a long time to get to any decent point of it. So yeah. You doing well? Nice. We're also complaining about YouTube right now. That should have been green. Ah, whatever. I can just do red code. Yeah. We then have the shabby bone, then the gold, and then we'll be able to do the details. I say the details, the shading and the highlights, and make the models actually start to look nice. Right now we're just trying to get the correct base colours in the correct places. We are doing a tiny bit of highlighting here because I did change the colour I'm using to be a bit of a brighter red. That's part mostly just because this red's easier to work with than Mephiston red, which is the red that we originally used. Oh my gosh. My stomach's all gone grumbly. And a rumbly. Oh my gosh, I just completely messed that up then. Got red where it's not meant to be, it's on the blue. I'm gonna have to, after this, I'm just gonna have to go back. Paint that blue again. It's fine. It's just a happy little accident. There's a happy little accident. I was looking at it then and realised a bunch of blue that I missed up with this wire. Oh. As Bob Ross always says, happy little accident, you know. I might have not noticed that error that I needed to fix, if not for making another error. Unfortunately, trying to paint the underside of these wires, I can see the underside, but my brush can't reach the underside. That's fine. I can mostly see the underside because of a magnifying glass. More than anything else. Oh, there's also blue that needs to go over here. Oh, and some blue there. So, wash the brush. Do this, and then we just got the Archmagos to do. Magnifying glass. The red bar. I'll try to find the time off stream. I don't know how much time I'd have because tomorrow I am going to be undercoating Photon. And what else will I be undercoating? Some Archie models, and maybe if I've got time for Jade Guard, which is my custodians. They're called Jade Guard because I'm going to paint for more like Jade statues. Like they've been carved on jade. I go over this model to do corrections? Does not feel like I did. I probably did actually. Archmagos! Now we just need to do the corrections of red on her. Oh yeah, and I tried to get the bone corrections done off stream, and if I can as well for gold. How's it going? It's going okay! Helan, check out what's part of your name. There's a little chocolate thing there. She got sniped by something. Oh my gosh, she got sniped by the gifted. Drink out a cola, yeah! I need more drink. I've drunk like 1.5 liters on stream today of water. I was just about to buy a mem. Sure you were, Talank. I'm thinking next week I'll do some member streams. Oh, I might try painting some orc stuff off I might undercoat some orky things. Some of our fantasy models. Yes. I don't know if I'm going to buy the Exodite Kill Team box with the Beast Snaggers in. If it releases, I'm hoping it releases after the Orc Codex, so I can refigure my points out to decide whether I want to get the Beast Snagger units as well. I do want the Exodite Law book, and I do want the Exodites themselves, so I might just risk it for a biscuit anyway. Exodites are not real, you'll buy them and find it open for a box in just 20. Oh, I hope so. Wait. How much is 20 Wraith Knight? If it sells for like, usually what do these boxes sell for? Like this box is like 120 quid worth of models plus law, but I imagine 80 to 100 quid. You know. It'll be very well. I would save a lot of money. 20 Wraith Knights. That's a lot of savings. Oh, White Kings, sorry. White Kings, not Wraith Knight. What am I talking about? Just got Eldarian for brain. I'd be able to sell them for like more than it was worth. I thought I could buy another Exodite box. And even more Wraith. Oh my gosh. Alan, you just came up with the best idea ever. I'm gonna tell Games Workshop to implement it. And to thank you for it, for going to send you like 20 boxes of the Exodite boxes, which will just be filled with Wraith Knights. So you'll have 400 Wraith Knights to land. Not Wraith Knights, White Kings. Why am I going to say in Wraith Knight? Look, I woke up early today. My brain's not working anymore. What do the introductory set come with? Which of the introductory set will come with clippers? I'll bring it up. Let's go online. Website. Anything new on the website? No. If we go by this box, Ultimate Starter Set doesn't come with clippers. It comes with just the terrain, 2 armies. Getting Started comes with just paints. Introductory Set comes with just dice, a playmat, and cardboard terrain. 6 paints as well. Oh yeah. Doesn't come with clippers though. Okay, so it's a paint set that you want to get if you want for clippers. So it's only going to be this paint set that will come with clippers. So only this one will. Other than that, no. That being said, in Games Workshop, precision clippers aren't the worst. And I definitely recommend precision. I don't think the starter set clippers are very good, to be honest. That they usually put into these things, because I got a few of them. Where are my starter set clippers? They're gonna be in one of these drawers or something. Yeah. So these are the type of starter set clippers you'll get, and they're better than they were. Oh wait, you can't see it. Wait, let me show you the clippers you can get. Explore, build, and paint. Where's the precision clippers? Where's the precision clippers? Accessories, maybe. Here we go. Yeah, the fine detail cutters aren't too bad. I think they are a bit expensive, mind you. You can get God Hand clippers, which are pretty good. And they're not as good at reaching into the small places, though, because they kind of picked it. But they're much neater at cutting off your pieces. Yeah, this is just the type of clippers you'll get in the set though. The kind of meh. £32 for a cut to eye glaze. I mean, you can spend £12.50 for the mold line remove is actually pretty decent. Hard to use without the handle, but it's pretty decent. The clippers are fine, but they're definitely not good. They're definitely not a high quality thing. If you buy that, they should also send you a big stick with sucker written on it. And actually, I don't think the clippers are bad. Like, for competition, God Hand clippers are like 50 quid. These clippers you can buy to... Let's go to Element Games, which won't offer the best deals. Precision clippers. I'll just type in clippers because they have a good range of stuff. Here you go. Here's your range of different clippers and stuff at like Element Games. They got like these clippers aren't great. These clippers are okay for basically just copies of God Hand, just cheaper. And you got God Hand craft clippers, which are okay. Actually, they're not just copies of God Hand, they are God Hand. And yeah, but like for all 32 quid, the super fine detail cutters are 27 quid from here. You do have like different types of cutters, but a lot of the cheaper options here aren't that great. They're going to be better than the starter set clippers you can get from Games Workshop. But yeah, I have a few sets of them because they came in like the combat. If you go for Combat Patrol magazine as well, you can get these types of clippers. If they make a new Combat Patrol. But they're not great, but they're okay. It's like I've got some sprue over here with them. Yeah, it requires quite a bit of force to use them. They are not very accurate or super precise, which leaves you with kind of nasty cuts on them. Definitely not good if you've got any sorts of like really thin fiddly parts. Where's the other clippers? These are the other clippers they have. These ones are actually a bit damaged because I tried using them to bend some stuff into place and they got bent instead. Well, as well. But if you like use this, it's much neater, much nicer cut. Again, they're not as good as a God Hand though. The main advantage to them over the God Hand is getting into difficult places like here. The God Hand clippers, I mean, mine are broken for God Hand. Well, the main issue of the God Hand is because they're so thin, they break easily. No, not fair. Can I find a place that's going to be hard to get from? Like here, it's a lot harder to get my God Hand clippers into there. But these clippers have no problem getting in because they're longer and thinner. Hello, Longstock. Do you even have an argument or something? Because now we're just looking at clippers. The argument is, if you're looking at for competition and you want anything that's decent and it's going to give you a good result on your models, the Games Workshop clippers of a price are relatively competitive. If you don't care about how good the clippers are going to be though, then whatever, just buy any cheap clippers you can get hold of. Yeah, but clippers depend, like the sharpness of the clippers is important and how good a clip you can get. And the quality of the metal and material. Like, I just showed you 3 different types of clippers. Like, where's those other ones? Like these ones, really poor material, super, super thick. And the nibs are relatively long, so you can get into difficult places and clip. But it's going to give you a very unexact clip. It's going to be messy. If you're trying to cut any very thin, fragile parts, it risks breaking them from basically the knockback. It's going to be tough cutting through stuff as well. It's really not good quality. It's not good. You're going to get really bad results of it. It's going to leave bits of sprue on your model. It's going to be hard getting rid of that bits of sprue. You're going to want to use a hobby knife. If a hobby knife isn't good, these clippers, much better. They'll last you longer, like these ones. That happens to them when you need to bring it back up. But this piece of metal here just goes away. So you're going to have to... But if it gets in like cheap clippers, you're going to get something like this. They have the issues. Go to the gardening section of your local store and buy fertilizer, then look at steel pipes, pipe tapes, and clippers. Yeah, the pliers and clippers there. Okay, they're not good for models though. Like, they're not designed for cutting through bits of plastic. Like, they're not designed to get very, very nice, very, very neat cuts. Speaking of longevity, what happened to your premium clippers? These clippers, they're fine. I really just abused them though, so they slightly bent out of shape. What disgust? I punish scarabs. Use scissors. I mean, you could use scissors actually. You risk damaging the scissors though. Most scissors aren't not meant to cut through plastic. These premium clippers are God hand ones. They're super, super thin, so they're fragile and they broke. Because they're not designed for cutting through like for as thick plastic as Warhammer is, so they really struggled. But if you want to see what's premium clippers, these clippers I had since I was a kid. They got a bit blunted when I was a kid because I was using them all the time. The spring eventually died inside here, but it's still good.
Did you say hello to Longstocks already?
Yeah, I said hello to Longstocks. Hi, Longstocks. I did say hello to Longstocks. Hello to you again, Longstocks. And hello to you, Punish Scarab. I do like clippers. Look, when I was a kid, I never had a good access to clippers. It was either the starter set clippers, which sucked, or, you know, wire cutting clippers, or gardening clippers, and they were terrible. I spoke so many pieces trying to cut my... Often what I would just do, I just twist the piece out of place in the end. Eventually, though, I splurged on these clippers, and my gosh, they were amazing. They were worth every penny. I still use these clippers from time to time, basically whenever I'm doing more aggressive work with them. Because these are significantly more durable than the God Hand clippers. And they're much nicer to grip as well, especially if you're like trying to cut up sprue or anything, like you got lots of sprue to cut up for whatever reason. I had 2 pairs of clippers in my time, and that's only because of rust, where I got rusted to hell. Yeah, I eventually replaced these ones because the spring died in them, and when cutting lots of pieces, it was just hurting my wrist to keep doing this. Oh, so you're having to hold it like that. Whereas others you can hold more like normal. I got the God Hand ones because people kept raging about them, so I was like, I'm gonna test them, and for 2 days later they broke. No, I'm not eating plastic. It's like when you cut up the plastic to recycle it. Although nowadays I just snap it, I just go... I just crush it in my hands into tiny little bit, you know. I just think of all the mean things you guys said to me and then push it. Same goes on metal. I joined just in time. We're not eating plastic. Oh darn it, I've painted my camera again. There is no plastic eating in chat or on stream. Hi, Soden. Or off stream. We're not eating plastic. Full stop. I had to predict all of your guys' responses. Pretty sure Soden's been here already. And I've already said hi. But you know what? You get another hi. I guess good. Everyone loves cheeseburgers. We just got the art majors to do now. It's starting to look a lot nicer now. We've got the base colours mostly sorted out. A little bit more work and they'll be finished. Well, the base colours will be finished. Then we can do the highlights. And the shading. Shading first, then highlight. And since the shading is going to be very experimental for me, with how I plan to do the shading, I might have to do a lot of corrections with it. Right, I thought I painted that already. There you go. Is there any like kids film you saw that just absolutely creeps you out? Like there's a film I think called The Witches, where like kids got turned into little mice. That was creepy as all hell. There's a lot of areas with the gold needs to be redone here. Gold's going to be the last effect, I think. Thankfully, most of the red is ready to put off. There's a bunch of areas with blue. I should paint blue and it's a mess. Okay, I'll do this piece and then I'll get the blue out. Because that I just completely missed the part. any noticed because right next to what I'm painting now. I'll finish this part as well. That's another area that needs more gold on, but that's fine. Little mice, you say? Yeah, the god turned into like a little mice. It was called like the witches. I think it's based on a Roald Dahl story. It's about like a hotel and stuff. And for witches, were they trying to steal the youth of children or something? I don't think they were. I think that was Hocus Pocus. I don't think it was a bad film. But my gosh. I do not remember it fondly. I think it was one of my mother's favourite films to watch with us as well. There we go. I watched Supergirl. It was more enjoyable than... I want to watch Supergirl. I need to like ask my friend if they want to go and watch it. Because my father did not like Superman. So I'm like, I don't, maybe I shouldn't go with my parents. Force them to watch something that they really probably don't want to watch. Your father is devoid of joy. Probably. Probably. I think it was, you know, for just massive cast of characters, lots going on. I was like, a bit much in the end. I think he was expecting more of, you know, a sort of suit. I think he was expecting more of a camp Superman from, oh, what's he called? Reeves era. Based on like all the stuff. He's probably just British. There's lots of stuff he does like. I think he actually enjoyed the Gotham TV show. I don't think he's really a big fan of any of the superhero films, though. Which is interesting because I believe he liked comic books as a kid. There you go. I think he liked the Hulk from it. Not the Hulk film, the Hulk film stuff. Both of them stuff. But people have been overly mean about Supergirl, especially towards the actress. Like, what the heck? Like, say what you want about the film, but she doesn't deserve the abuse that people are sending her way. Well, no one really deserves to be showed abuse that. Especially for just doing a job. Oh, darn it. It did release at a weird time, though, apparently. Apparently there's a bunch of other films out right now that, like, big contenders that it's having to compete with. The only problem is it's a little cliche. I have heard other issues people have had with it, and that's mostly the fact that it's based on a certain bunch of comics. And apparently it goes very, very off. It's not very much like the comic. I did read a little bit of the comics it was based on. I'm like, you know what? Those are really nice comics. Really nice art of them. I forgot about Supergirl. Yeah, I think the issue with Supergirl, though, is that most people don't really know Supergirl outside of, superhero fans. And, like, people who watch the animated series and stuff. And those who do know Supergirl, there's, like, 5 or 6 different, like, versions of her just in the animated anyway. Like, they're very different. You've got the bratty teen version, you've got the one that doesn't know her strength and power. Sometimes they're both the same. You've got the smexy one, you've got like, and they're very different from one another. It's not like Batman, where Batman is always Batman, effectively. It's not like Superman, where Superman is always Superman. Where never mind how far they go off the topic of, like, the character, you can always, they're always recognizable for who they are with their morals, values, and personality. Heck, Supergirl often doesn't even have consistent background on lore. Like, where she come from, who her parents with. Sometimes she's literally Superman's sister. Or a cousin. Or she's just completely unrelated to him. So I don't think a lot of people have anything to expect from Supergirl. And those who don't know... So people who don't know Supergirl... Who know Supergirl don't know what to expect. And those who don't know Supergirl will just see Supergirl and think, oh, just another Superman, what if? What if Superman, but Superman's a girl? I also think that advertising sucked for it, because I've seen one advert so far for Supergirl. Everything else I've heard about it is just from the Reddit. Recently had some pretty good movies come out. Project Hail Mary, Obsession for Backrooms, Toy Story 5, is it coming out? Is it 6 now? I don't know. You want something, try to be a Blade fan? I don't exist, Talan. It's a good story in its own, but people expected something but got another thing. Now they switched the ages between them around this time. They keep changing stuff with her, yeah. It's just a guy killing vampires, but somehow no director in Hollywood is capable of that. Look, vampire films are so 2012, Talan. You gotta get over your vampire obsession. You know, try something new and modern, like zombies. Zombies will never go old. Or maybe pirate. I'm joking. Pirates, zombies, vampires got all old hat now. My favourite Blade quote is how there is no bad movies, even if they tried really hard with a third one. Oh, Cupcon is probably a vampire fan. She already went to college with Count Dracula. Count Dracula wishes. Look, I love vampires if I'm entirely honest. I don't want people slaying. I want the films about the vampires. I don't need people slaying vampires. I love to be honest. Has anyone watched the Underworld films? I absolutely love those films. Although those films did struggle, despite having a cult following. So, you know, I haven't seen Underworld and stuff. It's like a bunch of them. The last one was kind of terrible, to be honest. It had some really good moments, but also just had an entire another plot line that I did not care for, alongside the good plot line that I did care for. Cupcon sounds old enough to have had Twilight era in her life. Look, I read the Twilight books. I watched the Twilight films. They're the most accurate vampire films so far that Hollywood has ever made. Accurate to actual vampire lore. What do you mean a Twilight era? Oh, wait. You don't mean the Twilight films. You mean like... Do you mean the Twilight films? I have no idea at this point. Like, doesn't everyone love Twilight? Like everyone says, no better love story than Twilight. They're ageless. They're ageless. He obviously means the Twilight films. Or she. Or they. Twilight fangirl era. Oh, like everyone's had a Twilight fangirl era. What do you mean? And a Katy Perry era. Look, I am still in my Katy Perry era. Say what you want about Katy Perry. I like some of her music. Cupcon is the original cupcake. I am the original cupcake. Have you seen my... lore video? All about how I am the original cupcake. I conjured cupcake. I am older than time itself, apparently. Katy Perry is a horrible person. His best friend with Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I know, but still, her music. I don't care. Look. I'm not paying to listen to her music, so it's fine. Do. You can like her music, but hate her. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Her music is good. It's like Taylor Swift. Actually, I don't like Taylor Swift music, if I'm entirely honest. I've never understood the Taylor Swift fangirling. I don't understand the Katy Perry fangirling, to be honest. She made like 3 good songs. Actually, 4 good songs, if you include some of her League of Legends songs that she made. Although she's not done for best cover of those songs. Vampires are cooler, personally. I'm also a vampire. Have you seen how pale I am? I'm basically a real vampire. I can't eat garlic. I can't eat, you know, garlic. Garlic can kill me. So can onions. The entire thing about crucifix being able to kill vampires is actually just a thing that vampires made up, because one of them was sold crucifixes, like made and sold crucifixes. Like if you want to keep vampires away, I had Taylor Swift and One Direction era. I had a One Direction era and never even realized it. I liked One Direction music without even realizing I liked One Direction music. Like, if this is partly because I don't bother listening, like figuring out the names and other bands and the names of the songs I listen to, it's just like, I like this song. I'm listening to it. I need to find it again. I don't remember the lyrics. Separating the art from the artist is allowed. It is never allowed. I have ideas that vampires spread garlic propaganda so people will season themselves for them. No, garlic sucks. Garlic is trying to kill me. Separate art from art. Honestly, it's very hard to separate art from artists. Like, the only reason I still like Katy Perry music is mostly because I can avoid pop culture so incredibly well that I never even realized that Katy Perry was a bad person until people started telling me. Actually, no, it's only the SpaceX, but no, not the SpaceX. The famous thing where she took a flight to space. I'm like, oh, Katy Perry's not a good person. I never knew anything about her other than the music, and I was happy that way. Garlic is an anticoagulant, so you tell me. Something when I'm seasoning my meat before cooking, my hands feel seasoned too, reminding me that I am meat. I am meat. Space tourism is awful. Yeah. Well, yeah, when all those things came up, you had a bunch of articles about, here's the people who want for flight, and here's why they're bad people. I'm like, oh. Now I can't listen to I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It without feeling bad. It's not as bad as finding some cool music once, and what I can't remember the band, but it turned out the main artist had been put in prison. I found this really cool album. I was like, oh, I've got to get this album. And then literally the next day I found out that they were in prison. I didn't even Google, it just literally came up in my like random feed. I was like, hey, did you know this person who sung these things is in prison for doing all of these horrible crimes? It's like, I feel bad now. She went to space. Did you see they closed a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament in Oregon because of hygiene reasons? Everyone was so stinky they had to close shop. I can believe it. I can believe it. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! I know how stinky the Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans can get. Not me, though. Not me. I don't get stinky. I bathe once a year. In fact, sometimes I think about bathing twice a year. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in the worst era right now. No! Look, at least Konami is a very nice company that would never do anything bad. Right? At least Bandai is a very nice company that's never done anything bad. Oh, that's bad. Let's try going on to happier subjects. My goodness, I am feeling bad right now. If only we had a sign. It's like that Key and Peele sketch. Why does that Key and Peele sketch still keep getting relevant? About, do you know, for rap battle confessions or something? Rap tape confessions. After the stream, look it up. It's hilarious. But also kind of bad that it's been multiple times, has now been like very relevant. I can see why Key and Peele went into horror. They better not be bad people, my goodness. You know, once you get a certain amount of money, unless you're making Arizona iced tea, you become a bad person. That's just how it goes. And don't say Gabe, because he owns yachts. He owns like a fleet of yachts, my goodness. Everyone wants to be edgy anime character. That's what they're gonna do before doing it. Anime has saved lives. Back to seasoning meat. Yacht, yeah, he has yachts. Plural. He has a fleet of them, literally a fleet of them. If Gabe was allowed to be in Navy, he would be the 10th strongest Navy in the world. I made that up, by the way. But it would be surprising. He and Peele parted ways. I don't know about that. Gabe can pull up tomorrow for Gundam and I would be happy for him. Gabe saved my marriage. Let the man own a spaceship, I do not care. That being said, you can do multiple good things and you can still do bad things. Gabe could ask for my kidneys and I'd hand over both. Gabe could ask for some kidneys. I'll find the closest kid and just break their legs off and take the knees and give it to him. As long as he paid me $1 billion. Yeah, see? That's how you do it. He's $1 billion. He can afford to pay you for them. He'll get the money back. He'll just buy you games on Steam. Hope he buys a Dreadnought older than the civilization. A certain 1940s man pioneered animal rights. Doesn't make him a good person. Cupcon showing her World Eater's influence. No, it's just my favourite joke, you know. Whenever anyone says kidneys, I have to make a reference to kidneys. Do 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 do. Bam ba da ba dum ba dum bam. Ba 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 bam ba bam 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 ba bam. I'm gonna eat some cheese today. I'm gonna eat some cheese tomorrow. Gonna eat all the cheese. Gonna eat all the peas. Give me a peas, I'm gonna eat them. Give me a peas, I'm gonna steal them. Sorry. Optimus Prime, Ad-Mech is coming along nicely. Yay! Cheese bee. Oh, cheese bees! Imagine bees, but they don't make honey, they make cheese. Could we train bees to make cheese? Can bees eat cheese? I'm just imagining someone training bees to make cheese. And they're like, you open up your window and like they just flood into your house, steal all your milk, and then disappear. Or bees that make honey from meat. What? Meat, honey, meat, honey. Meat, my honey, honey. It's got the honey over it, got it made it right, it's meat and honey over it. Do 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 do. Meat and honey over. Meat and honey, oh yes. We got meat and honey, we got meat for your money, we got meat and honey, yes too. Cheese bees, cheese bees. Cheesy bees. Cheesy beesy. Cheesy bee! Can we train the wind to make cheese? Cheesy breezy. We got bees cheese and cheesy breezy. Cheesy squeezy. Squeezy cheesy. Bees can't eat cheese, but wasps can. Okay, we need to train wasps to make cheese. Oh, that doesn't sound as good. Cheese bees sounds much nicer. Okay, we need to evolve bees to eat cheese and to make cheese. Or maybe we can have a cheese flower. Like a flower that produces milk. Oh, that would be so amazing. The milk industry would riot. This plant literally makes milk. And I don't mean coconut milk. I mean like proper milk. Like you can make cheese from it. In fact, we train some bees to make cheese. Conjurer's going, maybe. Look. This is what happens when I stream for too long and I've been awake for too long. I've been awake since 6 and it's like 4 now. It's gone past 4. I've never been awake for this long. My brain, my body is dying. I'm still trying to focus on paint. I mean, I'd think flowers wouldn't care about milk. They wouldn't care about milk, but imagine making a plant that can produce actual milk that you could then make cheese from. And then you could have vegan cheese, like truly vegan cheese made by bees. There we go. I wonder if a moon is made. No, it's not made from cheese. We check. It's mostly just made from basic rock. Not even cool rock. Just kind of meh rock, to be honest. Like no iron. Like mostly silicone or something up there. It's very sharp rock. It is very sharp rock. Because there's like no atmosphere to like we have wind and you know atmosphere to make our rocks get dulled. No, there up on the moon though, the rock dust is just as razor sharp as the day it broke away from the stones. Almost as razor dark. So yeah. Moon dust is dangerous stuff. It is. It is. Don't breathe it in. It'll cut up your lungs. Don't eat it. It'll cut up your stomach. It's one of the biggest issues that we'd face trying to do anything on the moon. And one of the main reasons why scientists generally don't really think it's a good idea to make a moon base. Like, it'll be exorbitantly expensive, and the amount that would actually learn is kind of minor. Mars would be a much better place to have some sort of base. Like, while it'll be expensive to get anybody to Mars and to get a base to Mars, and it'll be difficult to get them back, you'd save a lot in terms of like actually trying to make it habitable for them and trying to keep it habitable for them. Still, it's not exactly recommended. If we can get the technology to do it, then we really should. But like doing it scientific research in space, we can just send out a spaceship, to be in orbit of a moon or something, and then use a spaceship for scientific research. If a Cyberman can make a base of the moon, we can too. I mean, we could make a base of the moon. The actual only thing stopping us from putting a base on the moon is actually willingness to put a base on the moon. It'll be expensive. But we have the technology. Quite literally have the technology. We can make rockets that can go into space. We can make rockets that can land on the moon. We can make rockets that can take off from the moon. We can make compact manufactorums. Not manufactorums. Compact habitation facilities, effectively. There's even a way of potentially using moon dust with water to create basically a cement on the moon. To make the walls of a habitation areas. We can make literally environments that you can recycle the air on, either by using air recycling systems or more accurately just put plants on it. There's a lot of plants that would work. Some of them don't even need that much water. And we can make sure they get sunlight by using filtered glass. The main thing about it is the glass getting covered in dust. And then we've got some moon dust this sharp. Trying to get rid of it without using water will be a bit difficult. We gotta make a base of the moon and set a bunch of whale guns to shoot ice at Mars. Trying to turn Mars habitable is actually a bad idea. Like, it wouldn't go very well. Trying to make Earth habitable is something we can do, because the Earth is becoming less and less habitable. Yay. And the Ice Age is coming to an end. Yes, we are technically currently in an Ice Age, as long as there's ice caps. There's an Ice Age. Oh, Survivax. I needed Survivax. But we've done all the red. I'll try to get off stream done. I might not do it off stream. I don't know. The bone colour and the gold colour done in terms of just getting them neatened up. Correcting mistakes. And then on stream, we'd only need to do highlights and shading. But we'll maybe this weekend we'll do some of that on Sunday. I don't know, decide tomorrow. Random Dragon and Micrometals. Micrometals. Michael. We got to go to the moon and paint the moon to look like Majora's Mask. Nah. What we need to do is go to the moon, crack it open, and push it down under the planet. Yeah, no, that was going to be bad. Never mind. We need to crack open the moon and make sure there's not an angry god inside the moon. You know? I've read enough fantasy novels where there's an angry god inside the moon. We should just get rid of... Yeah, get rid of it. We don't need tides. It's not like the entirety of the ecosystem and life on the planet is, you know, reliant upon the tides. Angry god or a space whale. Space whale. Wow. Wow. I can't do a whale nose. Wow. 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 Trying to do whale noises. Well, thank you for coming to the stream today. I hope you had fun. Don't forget to like the stream if you did have fun. And I know we're not ending early, we're ending late. My goodness, it's like hot. It's 10 to 5. My goodness, I wanted to be finished by 4. So big love hearts to you all. I've got pizza to make. I've got a tummy issue to try and rectify. Spam the like. No, don't spam the like, but just click it once. Just click the like button once so it, you know, likes the video. Enjoy your pizza. You enjoy your pizza. So big love hearts to you all. Thank you for coming to the stream. Remember to work hard but play harder. Eat good food. Sleep well. Dream of cupcakes but don't eat for cupcakes and friends, not food. Also take care of yourself and be kind to others and vice versa. Yay! Goodbye everyone. Love you all. Do smash. Yeah.